good? Yeah. We are here. Come on now, dog. I think we are. Yeah, we on our number next one with the Burning Sun. This one's gonna be a long live. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna be a long live. You see the numbers on that thing? That's 2 hours. You know we about to double it. Yeah, I got I got my little joint on. Getting the waves back. You feel me? Getting the waves back. Yeah, come on. I don't wanna start everything before everybody get in, but I'm gonna go ahead and chill. Hopefully you guys are chilling. Hey, make sure I'm not playing with you. Make sure you get your snacks. You see how long this thing gonna be, yo? So make sure you get your snacks. Get your agua. You know what I'm saying? Let me make sure you drink your water. You know what I'm saying? Um, you can have all your juices and drinks and whatnot. I'm not against it, but you definitely need your water too. Get your popcorn, candy, chips, fries. Order your DoorDash, Uber Eats, whatever you need to do. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna try to start it off right away because I already know how things go. People usually take a little bit of time to get into the live, and then they be like, "Ooh, what happened?" So if you're watching this pre-recording, you might as well just skip ahead, whatever the case you need to do, because we gonna make sure because it takes low key takes a few minutes sometimes for everybody to get a notification, and not everybody gets a notification either, which is the weirdest thing because you would think that YouTube would promote more of the subscribers, people that you're subscribed to make sure that you get the notifications when they go live or post a video. But I don't get that all the time. I don't know why. But I want to make sure everybody has the opportunity. I feel like the only reason I want to set up an actual schedule where it's like, okay, boom, this is when I go live. So then even if you don't get the notification, y'all know to tune in then, and then it's like, oh, we here. Even though I didn't get the notification. But right now I'm still figuring out my schedule. Everything else just moved, getting ready. I got a wedding next week. I got a wedding next week. So yeah, that's my main focus is making sure everything's on the up and up for that. And oh yeah, and Stray Kids are dropping an album this Friday, midnight for me. Not sure about everybody else, but it's gonna be midnight for me. So I'm gonna be doing a live on my Patreon of an album listening party. I'm gonna be listening to every single track, probably listen to each one like 5 or 6 times. I'm not sure if they're gonna have a music video with these yet, or it's just the album itself. I don't know how they're gonna do it. You know how they do when promoting, but I'm not sure about album drops. People think things been changing for quite some time, so I'm not really all that keen on that. But if you guys do want to be a part of that live while I'm doing the album listening party, come join my Patreon. The link is in the description, and got extra content and all that kind of stuff where you get to hang out with me. But I'm very excited to find out what's going on, because these little prison sentences that y'all get overseas for doing the most heinous things is wildly disturbing, to be completely honest. I'm be like, you definitely would have got 20 to 30 bare minimum over here in the United States, but over there they said, oh, it's okay. You essayed 50 bodies. and killed all of them, 18 months, easy. Like, what? All right, so I hope everybody got their snacks. All right, go ahead and get this thing started. I already know I'm going to have people trickling in. But, hey, it is what it is. I'll do just one more thing, and then we'll be good. Ooh, it says your YouTube is not saying something, is it not? Hold on, I want to make sure everything's running smooth before we get everything started. So your new YouTube not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. Is it not? Is it going? Is it buggy? Am I teleporting? What's up? Cause everything on my end looks pretty decent. Not too bad. Stream health poor. Says serious issues with this. Well, it doesn't show like the frames are dropping or anything like that, but I don't know. Receiving enough to maintain. Enough what? Enough video to maintain. What does that mean? I don't know what receiving enough video to maintain means. But the show must go on. So that's what we're going to do. Alright, well, frames aren't dropping. Everything looks good on this side. I don't want no pauses. Alright, we're good. Ready or not, here we go.
Bada bing, bada boom.
Something very strange happened in Gangnam, South Korea. Something very puzzling for the investigators involved. They received a call that a safe had been stolen from a recently deceased person's home. The police show up to investigate. They check the house's CCTV cameras and, yeah, sure enough, a masked man with a hat on is seen breaking into the house. But it's not that simple. They end up leaving with this small safe. But the strangest part initially in all of this is the man, before he even breaks into the house through the second floor balcony, he walks up to the front door, jiggles the handle, then puts in a code to try to gain access to the house. The code is wrong, but it could be because the deceased family members had recently changed it. But that would indicate that this person knew the homeowner. Why would someone rob a dead person? Even more puzzling is what's inside.
Did she say the deceased owner changed the password?
To the front door, jiggles the handle, then puts in a code to try to gain access to the house. The code is wrong, but it could be because the deceased family members had recently changed it.
Okay. I thought that she was saying like they died and then they said, we forgot. Gotta change the passcode.
But that would indicate that this person knew the homeowner. Why would someone rob a dead person? Even more puzzling is what's inside the safe. Inside the safe, there are a few pieces of jewelry, investment documents, and old cell phones. So 3 things. Let's say the thief wants the jewelry. That would mean that the thief's whole motive is to get money, right? I mean, nothing else in the house was taken though. That doesn't make sense. All these designer bags and other expensive luxury goods are sitting right next to the safe in the closet. They are left untouched. just left. That's very, very strange. So if they're not stealing
Welcome
the safe
to the
or the jewelry,
stream.
are they going for the investment documents? Well, that doesn't make sense either, because there would be virtually no way for the thief to gain anything from those investment documents. They could not be able to transfer a single cent, a single penny to their name. They could not pretend to be the deceased to gain access to their funds, because the home and the safe belongs to a high-profile K-pop idol, Ku Hara, who recently passed. There would be nothing that they could do with these investment documents. It was just way too high profile of a death. That just leaves one last thing in the safe: the old phones. Was there something on the phones that someone did not want the rest of the world to see? And does it have anything to do with the fact that months before Ku Hara died, before she passed, she helped expose the Burning Sun scandal?
See, my question is, if that's the case, I don't know. If I had somebody doing a mission for me and I was just like, I need those phones, I'd have more than one person. Because that one person gets caught, then it's a wrap. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. But definitely trying to get those phones, because I got all types of info on that thing. And if you don't know about the Burning Sun, you can definitely catch up and get with the program as far as everything you need to know. But this is a long-awaited break in this whole thing, right? So it's like Burning Sun, K-pop idols released from prison, now trying to make a comeback and open new club is crazy. After you did what you did, no sir, not here. Not here. We're not doing that. Never and ever should somebody be able, like, to do a crime in a facility that you did previously. You should not be able to, like, have business, even if you're not doing criminal work. I feel like you kind of just burn that bridge and then that's it. You know what I mean? Yeah.
We would like to thank today's sponsors who have made it possible for Rotten Mango to support the Megan Meyer Foundation. Since its inception, they have grown into a global cyberbullying and self-exit prevention foundation. They provide education, intervention, resources, support, and inspire communities to eradicate bullying once and for all. This episode's partnerships have also made it possible to support Rotten Mango's growing team. And we'd also like to thank you guys, our listeners, for your continued support as we work on our mission to be worthy advocates. As always, full show notes are available at rottenmangopodcast.com. A couple disclaimers in today's case. There is heavy subjects including bullying, self-exit, essay, and abuse through blackmail of releasing explicit photos and videos without one's consent. If that is something that might be too heavy for you, please go take care of yourself, and we will see you in the next one. There is also a part 1 and part 2 to the series.
Yeah. Go check those out,
Which will all be linked in the description. I highly recommend watching those first before this episode. And if you have already watched them, I'm going to try to give you a somewhat brief recap before we get into today's episode.
So, if you have not, obviously go watch those. I've watched them on my lives. Highly recommend. I just like doing lives while watching podcasts or listening to podcasts, because then you get live interaction, like those floating thoughts or those outward verbals that you normally have and you don't have anybody to talk to. This is why we here. Hey, you finally capped the live. Come on now. Yeah. But yeah, we get to have full conversation about like every single piece, get to rewind, go back, whatever the case may be, and really kind of do a deep dive in every situation throughout the story. So I like doing these lives a lot better. It's a lot more engaging. I think it's a lot more fun, and you don't get to feel alone while you're watching this. So you guys get to hang out with me, and I get to hang out with y'all while we watch like some of the most ridiculous things ever but within conversation.
which will be the part 3 and hopefully final part of the Burning Sun case.
I don't think this is going to be the final part. I think they're going to at least have probably like 2 more parts to this Burning Sun situation. That's a fact.
In the very first episode of Burning Sun, we talked about how it was the it nightclub in South Korea in pretty much all of 2018. If you wanted to be seen, you go to Burning Sun. If you wanted to see a celebrity, you go to Burning Sun. It was as close as you could possibly get into running into an idol on Saturday night, a random Saturday. The VIP tables at Burning Sun would cost anywhere between $10,000 to $100,000. But the true VIP menu was a complete secret. That's not even the real VIP menu. The only thing on the secret menu is a tall glass of water. Water refers to a hot drunk girl. The VIPs will tell employees that they want a glass of water. The employees then go searching in the club to find a girl that seems more or less alone, somebody that's easy to slip away from her friends, someone who's already drunk. They lure her, if not basically drag her at times, into the VIP rooms in the back where the VIPs are left to do whatever they want with these girls, which typically it involved essay and the filming of essay. One text message between 2 employees reads, "The VIP room is looking for a hot girl. Okay, looking for one right now. He's chasing me. Help me find one quick. Don't even need a hot girl anymore. Just looking for one that looks out of it. Okay, we'll look for one of those then. Help me hit a home run, please." The employees were incentivized. They said that if they were able to get a girl to be essayed by a VIP, they would get a big bonus, a massive tip. But it takes a lot for somebody to be in that state where they don't recall most of the details of the night before. They don't even remember a face. So the employees would sometimes just slip a drug into the woman's drinks. So you know when you go to a bar, you get nervous that you're going to get roofied by somebody at the bar, like another club goer, so you cover your drink. At Burning Sun, it's alleged that the bartenders would just roofie your drink, just straight up. They give you the drink with a roofie in there. And then eventually you get dragged into the VIP room. A former employee said the date GHB was used a lot. Normally the customers that used it were in private rooms. There was this room incredibly deep in the club. There were lots of guards outside.
Look, there's like these drugs out there, right? Where you cannot even tell that anybody put anything in the drink. But then obviously now you have bartenders in it and people that are serving you in it and women that work there that are doing these things, and they know what comes out of it and they know what they get in return. Like, that has to be some of the most heinous things you can possibly like do when you think that you could trust the person serving you, but they're your worst enemy. Crazy, man.
Inside the room, and whatever happened in there, no one else would hear a thing. I saw women unconscious after being given GHB at Burning Sun pretty much almost every single day. One employee said if a VIP told the employees to bring that girl, they would just point at a random girl in the club, in the crowd. They will do whatever it takes to bring that girl in an unconscious state to the VIP room. Burning Sun is one of the biggest scandals of the K-pop world, considering one of the 4 co-directors of the club is Seungri, a member of one of the most iconic K-pop boy groups of all time. He and a few of his other male idol friends, not from Big Bang, used Burning Sun almost like their playground. Burning Sun was used to victimize women in an effort to get investors to invest more into Seungri and the guy's businesses. But there's also another element to this case, the group chats. Many of the male idols that we're talking about today are involved in this Kakao Talk group chat where they would send each other these videos and photos of themselves having intimate relations with women that typically in the videos, they seem unconscious. Sometimes it's semi-unconscious. Most of the time it's fully unconscious. It seems like they don't know what's happening to them. Obviously, they don't even know that they're being filmed. At first, it was debated by a lot of Seungri fans that Seungri himself was only part of the Burning Sun scandal rather than both, and that the inappropriate chat rooms, completely different story. But a new BBC documentary that came out a few months ago released irrefutable proof that he indeed was.
I need to watch that one. I actually saw it up on my feed. I completely skipped my mind, but I need to watch that one. Seeing the biggest thing from like fans and celebrities when news comes out about such and such things. Like you gotta understand that like you don't know these people for real. You're entertained by what they do, but you don't know who these people are. And this clearly goes to show that you don't know who you really are listening to. Oh my gosh, people are just crazy, bro.
Was part of those video group chats. He was sent a video of one of those men assaulting a woman at a ski resort. This woman does not appear to be conscious. And he responded to it, "Who is it?" Additionally, a new video of Seungri has been released that shows him dragging a woman towards his table, a woman who clearly is trying to resist. She's using all of her body weight to resist going with him, but he screams at her, shut up, follow me."
And like, dude, I guarantee there's more than just that one dude that's in there. Like the guy in the black hat over there that's just sitting there watching it happen. Despicable human beings. Like, how can morally, I couldn't see that and be like, oh, and it wouldn't matter what the status of the person was. There'd be no way. Like, I'm getting it up with everybody. I'm knocking heads off for real.
In part one, we go through the inner workings of the club, how it starts unraveling near the end of 2018 when a random club goer, very controversial club goer, is seen on CCTV camera being hit by an employee of Burning Sun. In part two, which was uploaded a week ago, we do a deep dive on how that man, the controversial club goer that was hit by the staff, was not actually the real whistleblower of Burning Sun like the mainstream media depicted him to be. But in fact, the 5 real whistleblowers in this case are 5 women. In 2016, the first whistleblower was JJY's girlfriend. JJY is one of the main idols involved in the secretly filming video group chats. A girlfriend of JJY's walks into the police station to report that her boyfriend, this famous celebrity JJY, had been filming her without her consent in these inappropriate situations. The police...
You said, yeah, it's a problem here in the UK. When I was working at a bar, I did what I could do to get bouncers to help. That's crazy that's a thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a normal thing that happens. Like, you'd want to ask the question, be like, why would somebody want to do that? And there's like no plausible reason as to why somebody would want to do that. Like, nothing justifiable in any right, shape, or form, rather than, I believe, control or power over a situation. That's really it, in the most demented way possible. Like, there'd be no way I could just watch that happen.
Go to investigate, and JJY, his phone is conveniently broken. But since he's such a stand-up guy, he's gonna take it to a third-party tech shop to try and recover all of his files so that he can prove to the police that no such file of his girlfriend exists. The second whistleblower would be the girl that works at that said tech shop. She wishes to remain anonymous.
I really don't blame you, honestly. I really don't. Like, for women to honestly just go out and have fun strictly, like, and it's even scary to think that you can't even fully trust your own group of friends, because I believe in part one, like, one of the girls that went to Burning Sun, her friend worked at Burning Sun, and she helped the people at Burning Sun get her roofie drugged and SA'd for money. Like, bro, what? Yeah, I think there should be sadly enough, a curfew to where women just don't go out, because I've always heard there's nothing good that happens at night anyway. So once the street light come on, go inside.
But against fear for her own life, Okay, just some context here. Korea is not the place that you go up against someone that has more money than you. Money almost always wins. It's actually known that when you want to pick a fight with someone, you consider your status and their status first. You got to think about who your parents are, how much money you have, where you live, all of these things before you pick a fight. Like, that's a saying because it's that difficult. Against all of that, she recovered all the files on JJY's phone, realized, wow, okay, this K-pop idol, JJY, and all of his other famous and powerful friends are doing some crazy, shady, illegal things. She secretly copies all the evidence into 3 USB drives, and she keeps it for 3 years. Until she finally...
Yeah. I mean, to be completely honest, when it comes to anything club related, going out, that's why a lot of women go in for free. Because the guys are going to be the ones to pay to get in. But at the end of the day, like, normally... like 95% of the time, the people that own the clubs are guys. So guys know what guys want, and they know that they're there for women. So, yeah. When it's a ladies only night, I more so approve with just ladies only. But people still be scheming regardless. I don't be trusting nobody, bro. Honestly, I don't. Yeah, exactly. It's reverse psychology if you think about it. It's like you think that you're in a zoo watching the animals when the animals are technically watching you because you paid to get in to watch them. Yikes.
turns it in anonymously to an attorney. The third woman, a whistleblower, is reporter Park. In 2016, she reported on the fact that JJY was being investigated by the police because his girlfriend alleged that he had recorded videos of her. Since at that point, she doesn't have any concrete evidence or proof, even just reporting on the allegation makes her receive these relentless attacks in cyberbullying. Reporter Park was doxxed, bullied, harassed, her number was leaked, she was scared for her life for 2 years straight. It was relentless. She was actually targeted by a group called the Anti-Feminist Group in South Korea. I mean, I think the name says it all. They're literally anti-feminist. They think feminism is ruining the country. So she was scared for her life. For 2 years straight, it was relentless, like I said, to the point that she miscarried twice and lost her ability to conceive. Wow. The fourth whistleblower was reporter Kang. She actually starts reporting on Burning Sun 3 years after reporter Park. She saw what happened to reporter Park. Reporter Park almost lost her career. It ruined her life. And reporter Kang still took her attorney's friend's request. She gets a call from an attorney friend, and he's like, something very strange happened. I opened up the mailbox at the office, the law office. We have 3 USB drives of very suspicious videos on there. We need to investigate. In 2019, she starts sorting through all the evidence and writing articles on it. However, she realizes she can't take this to the police. I mean, yeah, she can write articles, but without releasing concrete proof and getting the police involved, it sounds fake. It sounds like, oh, well, this sounds like a crazy allegation against some of the biggest idols. How do we know we can trust this woman?
See, that's also another thing is like, if you're in the same situation and you got all this evidence, but also that the people that you're trying to show this evidence to, there's corrupt people in there as well. Like the top of the top are the people that are initially running the show. And that's why also the internet is somewhat of a double-edged sword, that like if you put out information, there's going to be obviously people that are going to agree and then people that are going to disagree. But ultimately, you can share about anything on the internet and like plead your case and make it come to light because of so much traction and so many people got eyes on it that they make it known that it has to be heard. But this has been going on for years, and the amount of victims that had to deal with something as such as this when they were just going out to have fun and then like completely flip their life upside down.
She can't take it to the police though, because according to the group chats, the guys have a higher up in the police involved that, quote, helps their problems magically disappear. Who knows whose hands this case is going to end up in if she turns it in? Perhaps it'll magically disappear as well. So that means she needs to figure out who this police official is. But she's stuck. Nobody wants to help her with this case. Nobody wants to get involved. It's so high profile. It's messy. It's got elements of sex and feminism and like things people just want to stay away from. It seems like too much trouble until she receives a call from Ku Hara.
Stop promoting your link in bio. Instagram recently
Yeah, that's an issue.
Pop idol who recently tried to self-exit. And she tells reporter Kang she wants to help. She was friends with fellow K-pop idol Choi of FT Island, who was part of those group chats with the inappropriate videos. And she believed that she could probably get him to tell her the name of the police official. It's actually only through Ku Hara that reporter Kang is able to get that name. And then a few months later, Ku Hara is found dead in her apartment. In part 2, we go in depth on a few people's careers, but just to give you the briefest of brief recaps, in the Burning Sun case, the most notable K-pop idols involved are Seungri of Big Bang. He's probably the most famous and more influential and powerful. Then you have JJY of Drug Island and Choi of FT Island. So JJY, he was part of a rock band. I think his image was bad boy music, but still a softie. That was his image before this whole Burning Sun case. Choi of FT Island had the boy next door innocent boy image. That was his whole shtick. Seungri was the underdog of Big Bang. He wasn't the most beloved at the time, so a lot of people were rooting for him. It was also stated that he had the best business acumen out of all of the Big Bang members. So all of these guys are fully loved throughout their entire careers. Then we went in depth on Ku Hara's life career. She debuted with a group called Kara, but because of one single relationship that she had with this other male idol, she starts being labeled as a relationship idol, which in Korea, this is basically a way to kill your career. Nobody cared that she practiced for 10 hours a day. Nobody cared that she learned English and Japanese just for her job. She learned 2 additional languages.
That's also crazy being a K-pop artist. They know like at least 3 languages. Aside from like Korean, because it have English, Spanish, and sometimes even Japanese. I'm like, yo, what?
Nobody cared about any of that because she was photographed with guys. Once in a while, she would have lunch with a guy, and that became her whole image. She was known as someone who is so boy obsessed. Then in 2018, news broke that she assaulted her boyfriend, physically assaulted him when he tried to break up with her. His name is Choi Jung-pom. We're going to call him CJ. He's just a random nobody. He's a hairdresser in Gangnam. They're dating. He stated, I tried to break up with Hara. She threw a fit. She started beating me up. Slowly, news starts trickling out to indicate, okay, that's not exactly what happened. CJ was a very jealous, toxic, manipulative, terrifying boyfriend. Hara didn't want another fight with him, so she lied about having lunch with a male coworker because I mean, it's literally a work meeting, but she knew that he was going to flip.
I haven't even tried learning Korean yet. I'm just going to assume that it's hard, but I definitely want to try. Right now, I'm slowly but surely learning Spanish, so yeah. I'm going to get the Spanish down. I want to learn Japanese, Korean, Russian, and I don't even know how you'd be able to say it, but something out in the Middle East. Something out in the Middle East. However that language is called, I would like to learn that.
About, so she lied. He finds out, breaks into her house in the middle of the night, starts beating her. She fights back, scratching his face, screaming at him. And that night, he emails Dispatch, a Korean tabloid, twice to tell them, I have crazy information on Ku Hara that's not going to disappoint. So you reach out to me. He also sends Ku Hara 2 videos with no words, just 2 videos that he recorded while they were being intimate. I mean, the implication is very clear. He's threatening to ruin her career with them. Ku Hara goes public with this information in the end of 2018. By 2019, CJ apologizes on his Instagram and opens up a new salon. Ku Hara gets bullied for getting plastic surgery, and she attempts to self-exit. She gets bullied after all of this.
Wait, what? How does that make sense? You said, see, I mess up English even though I'm native speaker. What do you mean? I don't understand that. What do you mean?
And even after all of that, after all the mistrust in the industry that she has, she still reaches out to reporter Kang to help with exposing Burning Sun, going up against her own friends, going up against powerful guys in the industry to help bring them down. She was probably, at her time, one of the most hated K-pop idols. Hated. People just did not like her because she did not do what they wanted her to do. She and her friend Soli were probably the most hated celebrities at one point. Her best friend Soli is another K-pop idol we talked about in part 2. She debuted with a...
Yeah, I mess up on my words. The same thing too. You good? We in the same boat.
Massive girl group called FX. But her career comes crumbling down because it's revealed that she's dating Choiza, a rapper whose nickname refers to his large private parts. But he's 33 at the time. She's 19. They have a 14-year age gap, and the public starts taking it out on Sully, calling her a sex addict, a slut, a whore. They ask her where her mom is. And instead of backing down and apologizing, Sully just keeps trying to live her life. And people do not like that. They're really upset about that. So in this episode, we're going to go in depth on the careers of all these idols and how they start clashing and how Sully and Ku Hara end up passing away within a month of each other. And how there are rumors that Seungri is trying to open up another club right now, since he's been released from prison. He's trying to open up basically another Burning Sun.
Okay, so we about 17 minutes in. That was just the whole backlog as far as what Burning Sun came to be and how we came to this point now as far as them trying to open up a new club. Which is crazy because I said in the beginning, if you get in trouble in a field criminally, I don't feel like you're able to go into the same field even if you're not criminally involved with anything. I feel like they shouldn't allow that. They should have them pick a different career field or something like that.
I implore you to watch part 1 and especially part 2 before watching this episode so things will make a lot more sense and you get a fuller picture of the events. But with that being said, let's get into it. We're going to start going from 2015 through 2019 through the timeline of events and how everything escalates into 3 idols in jail and 2 gone. In 2015, Soli is being bullied for dating Choiza. Meanwhile, her best friend Ku Hara is dealing with this whole new scandal. The scandal of being too financially literate. Ku Hara's bandmates, they went on this show and they said that, oh yeah, we nicknamed her the Queen of Financial Skills. She had saved up most of the money that she earned. She bought this single family house in Gangnam for, at the time it was like $838,000. She didn't even live there. She rented it out, making $5,400 a month. And then she sold it for $1.5 million. So she made both rental income on that property and capital gains on the investment property. I mean, she's been doing this with multiple investment properties throughout Seoul. A real estate...
Yeah, like, I genuinely feel like it should just... I don't know. I can't see it not... Or I can't see it doing well. And if it does do well, then I feel like that is up to the community and the people that are helping fund the place and support. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. We got this whole segment.
Agent would later say, the locations Ku Hara chooses are really optimal. She's able to pinpoint areas where land prices are expected to rise steadily. This is impressive, considering previously netizens commented that Ku Hara has no talent whatsoever. Well now, those same netizens are pissed. They comment, these clowns earn way too much money. She acts like a psycho attention whore, but the reality is she's just super rich. What the It seems like she's doing this to cut back on her taxes. Athletes and celebrities get paid way too much. Talk about luck. She's literally good at nothing for a kid, not even an ounce of talent. Ugh.
The Tehe.
Well, the automate.
You see how hateful people could be, and it'd be the closest people to you. Crazy enough, it's usually the closest people to you that be just hating. hating, but also it's also about who you attract, because there's a particular type of people that can't be around me. Like they'd feel too antsy, you know what I'm saying? So filtering system is very good. So even though there could be people that aren't all the way for you or whatever the case may be, they're toxic, negative, your filtering system could be very good to where you'll find out almost immediately or within a substantial amount of time that they not it. You know what I'm saying?
Literally cannot win. I do want to say that both Hara and Sully had their fan base, obviously, that loved them and would go to war for them. But that group was nothing going up against the amount of hate that the hateful group was sending. I mean, they would flood their comment section. Meanwhile, Seungri starts organizing sex services in 2015 for Japanese investors. Two brothers, Japanese investors, were flying into South Korea to meet with Seungri. Seungri made sure to prepare an itinerary for them a month in advance. A luxury car would pick them up from Incheon Airport with sex workers inside. They would be driven to a luxury hotel where the sex workers would further provide additional services, mainly whatever the brothers wanted.
2015, so that's way before, 3 years before Burning Sun.
Yes.
Do we know what kind of business he was doing?
He was opening up other bars. He had one bar called Miltang Pocha. He had two bars/clubs called Monkey Museum, one in Korea and one in China before Burning Sun. He was always trying to start these businesses. He has ramen shops. He has restaurants. Yeah.
That's crazy, because you would think he already probably has a lot of money.
Yeah.
He has all the influence, all the clout. Whatever restaurant or bar he opens, people will go.
It seems like he has and I mean this with the most disrespect possible, I think that he has an inferiority complex. Because all of the other Big Bang members, a lot of them are talented, or a lot of them are talented and very conventionally attractive. He was known in Korea at the time, I recall, as being the one that just didn't really have either.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah,
he was like the last member to be added on, I believe.
Yeah, so
that's right. I forgot about that. He was, yeah. And his initial position in his group, he was looked down upon as really just a warm body.
a lot of people felt that he wasn't necessarily that talented at singing or dancing or stage performance. And they added that he wasn't the most conventionally attractive in the group. So there are other group members that are considered not conventionally attractive, because that's literally how K-pop works. But they're so talented at singing that they're so beloved.
Yeah. But I mean, I think either way, if he's talented or not, good looking or not,
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
it doesn't matter. He
Yeah.
already has all the success.
Exactly.
Like he's already made it. Any business he opened, he's made it. Why are you still doing all these things? Like, I don't even know if it's just money. Like trafficking women, doing all of these things.
Yeah.
Like, it's just evil.
It's evil. I think it's ego. Like, he would rather be evil and try to get a little bit more over people. Because, I mean, think about it. If you join a group and you're still making so much money and you're not the most loved, I would just quietly be in the back dancing. But no, he's got to be better than all of them.
That's what I'm getting, is that he was just kind of there. But as they were putting it, like, he's still technically like that 1% that finally made it. So he can make a business really out of anything. But why that? You know what I'm saying? Like, what you were doing wasn't enough, that you had to really exploit people. And I feel like it had to be, like I said, out of wanting control and power. Something that he probably didn't feel that he was in the group, or he felt less than, or whatever the case may be. But to have that as a business model is insane. Like, that's somebody's daughter, and you just violating people, bro.
It's so weird. In December of 2015 and January of 2016, Seungri provided sexual services to Japanese, Hong Kong, Taiwanese, and Korean investors 29 times in 2 months. This is also very illegal. Sex work is illegal in South Korea. It's actually considered sex trafficking at this point. So, because he's facilitating it. In 2016, Hara and Seungri have their first joint controversies. So 2016 is really when things start crumbling.
What do you mean by that? You said kind of like Elon Musk, really? What do you mean, just like as far as like the businesses he has? And 'cause I don't think I heard anything about him having like this type of situation. Elon Musk is on something different, I feel like, in power and control when it comes to that.
Crumbling for the girls. This is just the start of a string of controversy surrounding the girls. And you're going to sit back in 2024 and think this is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard, but just bear with me. In 2016, they post pictures.
Oh no, Elon Musk dabbles in a lot for a reason, and we're in an informational era. So the more information he gets, the better his technology will be suited for everybody, because we live in a day and age where we'll sacrifice convenience for our security and safety. From the outside looking in, it may look unnecessary, but it's necessary in control. Because the more information that you get, because the internet he has, like X or Twitter, whatever you want to call it, that is to gather information. The vehicles that he has is to gather information. Everything is connected to the internet. Everything is downloading data. The more data that he gets from people, he can better suit his technology to people, so then they could be controlled easier. It is much, but it's all about control at the end of the day, because he's coming out with Tesla robots next year. It's going to be $30,000 a pop for each one, until more of the masses get a hold of it, and they're going to drop it significantly. It's going to be a whole iRobot situation, I guarantee you.
From a personal photo shoot that they did together. So it's not done by their agencies. One picture shows them both wearing these white crew necks, just hoodies, posing in front of a white wall. Neither of them are smiling. It's all very aesthetic. But the photo that netizens have a problem with is,
how much should good car insurance?
they're both wearing the same shirt. So imagine an oversized t-shirt. They're facing each other and they've both put their heads in through the t-shirt hole for the head. They're sharing one shirt. And it appears that they're naked underneath. It doesn't appear like they're wearing pants or anything, right? So they're both in the same shirt and they're both unclothed. But the main issue that netizens had is the shirt reads very clearly, Johnson & Johnson's baby oil.
Is this an ad or?
No.
Oh, okay.
Seungri and Hara are accused of taking Lolita-esque pictures. The comments read, they're basically infantilizing themselves, is what the comments accuse them of. Because baby oil, but yet they're naked. It just, the juxtaposition, they said, was very uncomfortable. A lot of the haters. I will say general consensus for this controversy in South Korea was a lot of people didn't like it, but you had a strong group of people that wanted them to basically be killed for it. Like a firing squad and everything. You would think that they killed a baby. The comments read, is this necessary? Are they both crazy? What's wrong with them? Why take such Lolita-esque pictures like this? The pictures always look submissive or sleepy with blushing cheeks and bedroom eyes. The models always look like they're ready to be dominated. This isn't innocent at all. I hope...
I'm kind of confused about this as well. Because whatever... Oh my gosh. Like... What's that phrase that's used for cute in Korean? Like they do that a lot. So like they want to make like a happy, cute, innocent look, but I mean now it's made, I guess, a little bit more risque in a sense. Now it's bad, and I think people blow the word submissive like way out of proportion. In actuality, you're submissive when you go to work because you have a boss, a manager, a supervisor. Like, what's what's really the deal? You know what I'm saying? You have to show up on work on time and all these other things. So like you have to be submissive in a sense, anyways. So I don't know why they're that word specifically, but I don't see anything absolutely like blown out the box at this picture. I don't know. What is it? I forget how to pronounce that. Eggyo? I think that's how it's pronounced. Eggyo, right? Yeah. It's like Eggyo.
Hope Johnson & Johnson sues them. How dare they use a baby product for an inappropriate concept like this? Haters even went as far to email Johnson & Johnson to take legal action against the girls. Another comment reads, I honestly thought the picture was maliciously photoshopped, but the source is actually Sully's Instagram. Some angry netizens even went as far as boycotting all brands promoted by Sully, even emailing Johnson & Johnson stating that they need to sue her. Sully responds by posting a picture on Instagram and writing in her caption, Lolita, Lolita, don't go overboard, leave insult somewhere more appropriate and just look at my pretty face instead. So in Korean, it's more like a poem, I guess. Now, some netizens said the girls were promoting Lolita culture and that the photo shoot itself was, quote, like, and in bad taste. A few things to note here.
I don't think I really caught
The
that.
photographer they worked with is pretty well known in the industry for. Another comment reads, I honestly thought the picture was maliciously photoshopped, but the source is actually Sully's Instagram. Some angry netizens even went as far as boycotting all brands promoted by Sully, even emailing Johnson & Johnson stating that they need to sue her. Sully responds by posting a picture on Instagram and writing in her caption, Lolita, Lolita, don't go overboard, leave insult somewhere more appropriate and just look at my pretty face instead. So in Korean, it's more like a poem, I guess. Now, some netizens said the girls were promoting Lolita culture and that the photo shoot itself was, quote, like, and in bad taste. A few things to note here. The photographer they worked with is pretty well.
I'm not sure what what they bleeped out, what she was trying to say, but as far as what was explained as far as Lolita culture is like, let me look it up on my phone. I hope nothing weird pops up. What is culture? Is Lolita as a style? Lolita is different from other Japanese girl-centric street fashion because it draws from Western history, fairy tales, and children's literature, creating a unique sense of cute. In addition, there's a focus on new clothes by Japanese designers as opposed to styling with vintage clothing from abroad. Young girls who attract adult sexual desire and called Lolitas. When writers imply the young girls is precociously seductive and therefore to blame. Outfits with a profusion of lacy frills and ruffles worn with demure accessories such as headpieces, gloves. Okay. Well, it just sounds like a westernized cute sexual thing. Like that doesn't sound like anything like crazy. You know what I mean? That literally just sounds like normal. Have they ever seen like a freaking Vogue runway? Like they're literally in bra and panties. Like what are we talking about?
Known in the industry for his Lolita style photo shoots.
Like bra and panties are literally the same as a bikini. And that sweatshirt that they had covered more than a bra and panties and bikini together. So I don't get it. Oh, you said it's based on a book and there's a film. Is it like really risque or like off the wall or something? Because that's how they're attacking these girls.
He has a whole controversy later for literal crimes, but at this point, nobody knew any of that. They just knew the photographer's name that did this. He loves Lolita, but the girls are the ones that are being burned at the stake for it. When this photographer, that's all he does. Some discourse would say, yeah, I mean, I think most people can agree that the photo shoot.
Okay, so that makes more sense. So you said it's made for them to look young like a minor. I had this conversation before when it came to anime. Like, you can't watch all anime at all around people. And I refuse to watch any anime that's around that type of aesthetic because it's very, very normal. And I'm not for it because it does fetishize looking at women, but they'd be looking at women, but they're like, they have them like at 13 years old with adult woman features and antics and stuff like that, but they'd be minors and it'd be weird. It's based on a minor and her father. It is pretty bad. Yeah, that's crazy. See, when you put it in that context, it makes it crazy because that is crazy. That's wildly off the walls. I wouldn't advise. So, I mean, I get it. If that was like what they were trying to get at, but I don't feel like the models should have been burnt at the stake. It should have been specifically like the brand or whoever was filming. You said it's a whole genre in Japan? Yeah, I mean, yeah. That is a definite fact. I mean, like I said, it's deeply rooted in anime. Deeply rooted in anime that it's a thing. And I think it's the wildest thing in the world. Like, I can't watch anime like that. It has to be specifically like, oh, it's just action or whatever the case may be. But, yeah, it couldn't be that.
Maybe not the best thing they could have done, but some small discourse about it was, what about the industry? I mean, both these girls joined the industry when they were so young. They were sexualized in their youth before they were even of age and sold it to the mass markets. Nobody complained about being like then, but then the girls do something like this from their own free will. Again,
but I do have a question about that. Like, why if anything, why that? You know what I mean? Like, they choose to have something as that looks as young as a minor. Like, you couldn't have made them at least 18. You know what I'm saying? Like, they try to make people look as young as possible, and that's the most cringiest, craziest, wildest thing in the world. K-pop was super male dominated back then. It still is. Yeah, anything that's around school kids, I completely avoid it. Completely. 110% completely avoid every single thing. I don't. Because the first thing I ask, I'm just like, how old are they? That's it. If it's in, usually if it's in the teens, I'm not really trying to watch it. Now, when I was younger, when I was a teenager, then I was like, oh, whatever. But I'm an adult now. Like, and you got to remember, these adults are making these anime. Insane.
not the best photo shoot, but they are seen as.
But yeah, K-pop is very male dominated. Always. Majority things are male dominated, to be completely honest. Western to celebrities. Yeah, they definitely do that in Western culture as well. They do it differently, though. They do it differently, but it is the same context, for sure. Like TV shows. They do it more in TV shows than like cartoon or animations. where they have like these little girls acting as if they're adults. And then you find out how old the actual actress is, and you're like, what the hell were you doing in that movie? But then by the time you find out, then they're like, oh, they're now of age. Like, you know, the process that it takes to audition and get through the roles, like, they have to know your age. See, all that back then, Ichigo from Bleach is 15 at the beginning. Yeah, everybody started at a teenager. I grew up watching, like, Bleach, Naruto. My brother liked Bleach more than me, but I liked watching Dragon Ball Z and Naruto and stuff like that. But for the most part, people were technically adults or like right about to be adults. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah. This weird, creepy world that we live in where people like minors.
These wicked, evil, conniving, sexual, disgusting people who want there to be more disgusting men in the world, who want all children to suffer. It's like the weirdest thing. Like the assumptions and the lines that are drawn out of this are just abnormal. Meanwhile, JJY texts into his group chat, let's all meet together, go to a strip bar, and girl in the car.
2016?
Yeah. Other members of the group chat respond, we already do that though. That's true, haha. In another text message that year, JJY sends a video into the group chat. It appears to be a video taken of intimate relations he had with a woman, and she does not know that he took the video. He texts along with this video, it's hilarious that I fucked the third floor hallway, recorded the whole. Seungri and his friends open up a new establishment called Miltang Pocha, and through text, they start talking about how they're going to evade taxes on the business. Oh, there's this crazy gnarly quote in their text message where they go, this is why I love Korea. Basically saying they love Korea because it helps them evade the law. Instead of registering their new bar as a bar or club establishment where the taxes are higher, they said that they were going to establish it as a restaurant. And when people are dancing, because that's what you do at a club, he was just going to tell the government officials, they're just walking around. They're dancing in place. Yeah.
Web.com's AI tools make website creation.
People are just weird. He said Big Bang is my alt group. Oh, he ruined it. Yeah, that I swear I had this conversation. You asked me yesterday, or no, you asked me today, right? About is BTS or Big Bang or is Stray Kids bigger than BTS? Yeah, and I was like, yeah, Stray Kids are bigger than BTS, Big Bang, and they're just gonna get bigger and bigger and bigger. But I'm glad, if anything, out of any other group, that Stray Kids are blowing up the way they are, and they are the way they are, and I hope they change for the better, obviously, like they grow into it. But I actually haven't developed around like any other large K-pop groups, but if anybody represents well K-pop to me, it's Stray Kids, and I hope nothing comes out later on down the road, because this is just gonna be on record. That'd be crazy. But yeah.
3 fans he meets during his China fan meet. They're naked, laying in bed, and it's likely that he took it without their consent. He will actually be charged guilty of this photo later on. This is in 2016. Before
he sent a photo of 3 girls on the bed.
3 of his Chinese fans after a Chinese fan meet, which, think about the power imbalance. And then on top of that, it looks like it was taken without their consent. In 2016, the guys go on that ski trip and they start sending multiple videos and photos of themselves having intimate relations with women that appear to be unconscious and unaware of what's happening to them. Seungri is not on the ski trip, but like I said, he is in that group chat. In 2016, another major incident takes place. JJY and his friends are at a fan meet. After the fan meet, they end up calling up a woman they know. Some sources state that this woman is a fan. Some sources state that she's just a friend. Perhaps she could be both. Either way, the power imbalance is still there. They call her to come over and hang out with them at the hotel.
He said Stray Kids is literally my obsession. 'Tis not a surprise. SKZ is a breath of fresh air in K-pop, really, yeah. In comparison to all the scandals that I've listened to, watched, everything, like, it's crazy. You said mine was FX. I think I might have heard like a couple songs from FX. Aren't they? Isn't that that's a girl group, right? Said my daughter loves Blackpink. Blackpink is cool. I fudge with Blackpink. They're pretty awesome.
But after that fan meet, she would later state she had a few drinks with them and she doesn't remember anything afterwards. When she woke up, her head was aching and all her clothes were off. One of the guys was next to her and she started panicking and asked, "What happened? What happened?" And he's smiling at her, asking her, "Oh, you don't remember?" And he just starts laughing in her face. She states she does not remember a single thing. She said her head was swollen. It felt like she banged it. The whole thing was just humiliating and startling. The next day, the guys talk about it in the group chat. They state they basically gang R-worded the girl, and she was so drunk she almost cracked her skull. They said they were nervous, thinking she was gonna die or have a concussion, and the sound of her head cracking when she fell was just too hilarious.
That's insane.
JJY responds that they almost got caught because one of the guys was filming her and turned his flash on. He literally says, "You your flash on."
Like almost woke her up?
Yeah.
Wow.
And then they respond, it was so hilarious. That same year, in 2016, JJY's ex-girlfriend walks into a police station and reports that her boyfriend, K-pop idol, has taken explicit videos of her without her consent. Which we go more in depth on this one, but I will link those parts below. She goes to the police, he sends his phone, and journalist reporter Park, remember? Starts writing about it. She gets death threats. It's a whole thing. This is all in 2016.
That's crazy that didn't even blow up in 2016, 17, 18 until later,
Right? Because this is his girlfriend. This is his girlfriend, and nobody paid an inkling of attention to it as like, yeah, this is a real problem until people start dying. Like, that's crazy. That goes to show you nobody cares till you die. Crazy.
Finally, the Burning Sun thing happened.
Until 2019.
Right.
In 2017, this is a big year for...
So yes, Sully was from FX. Okay, I figured so. Okay, my memory's still there. I've watched quite a few K-pop videos and a bunch of groups in a small amount of time, but I thought I could remember FX.
The people who hate on Sully and Ku Hara. Starting off in the beginning of 2017, Sully and Hara post a series of Instagram pictures. Now, I feel like these pictures would be really aesthetic now, but I guess in 2017, they're not the typical conventional pretty K-pop selfies people were seeing back in the day. These photos look a little more avant-garde, photography, editorial pictures rather than just modeling pictures. They're black and white photos of them, fresh face, no makeup on. This becomes a scandal. The comments are, I can't even read you most of them because they're really racist, but the gist of it is stating that the girls look like they're part of a tribe.
Wait, what?
Yeah, so I guess...
What kind of photo is it?
Just selfies of them, not smiling, staring into the camera, and their hair is a little frizzy, and they have no makeup on.
And people...
It almost looks like a picture taken of them rather than a picture that they took themselves off guard. Like that's what the picture looks like, as if you're taking a picture in a dimly lighted room or whatever, and then you just so happen to have the flash on and you took the picture. That's what it looks like.
For hating because why?
Stating that they look like just like racist comments, comparing them to, I don't know. Yeah, I can't even repeat.
Wow.
Haters are commenting that they look like refugees. Someone comments, Sully has ugly eyes and Ku Hara looks like she's getting old. I bet all they do when they meet up is take pictures of each other. Hey, take a picture of me. They really have nothing going for them other than their skin tones, because now that the photo's in black and white, it's just ugly. Basically saying they're only pretty because they're pale. Another person comments, are they on drugs? This is a scandal. Then there's Soju Gate. Sully and Hara are live streaming on Instagram. Both girls are in their early 20s, so well above the drinking age. I mean, this is legal. It's the two of them. It looks like they're home. They're eating Korean barbecue, giggling, having a good time. When they look at the soju bottle and it's their friend on there, a fellow idol. So they're like, okay, then we got to do a taste test to support our friend. So the comments on this, as they're drinking the soju, reads, they don't seem normal in the head. This is so sick. Dumb bitches only upload pictures of themselves drinking every day. One and the same, these two. They're both has-beens who try so hard to get attention.
Mind you, these are people investing their time, effort, and energy and watching something of somebody that they don't like just to tell them they don't like them. That's weird.
They're not even drunk. They're just like taking a shot of soju. Then Kissgate. This is a whole scandal. The girls are celebrating Sully's 23rd birthday, and there's these cute little gold balloons in the back. They're both wearing these matching dresses. Sully is in the pink version, Hara is in the blue version, which, side note, the dresses are super cute. They're almost like what you would wear as a kid on your birthday, but not in like a weird infant.
That is a true statement. That is a very true statement. See, when people do talk about, oh, I like my women natural, etc., and then the women come natural, then they're like, you're ugly, or whatever the case. They ain't got no type of work done, but then they contradict by saying something that says that. I like natural faces. You know what I'm saying? I like a little bit of makeup. That's cool. But not to where it's like a whole alteration of you just took off your face like you're freaking Mr. Potato Head or something. But no, I definitely get what you're saying.
Infantilization way. Just they're striped t-shirts. It looks very casual. It's actually quite innocent attire for a 23rd birthday. They're both standing there side by side in front of the balloons live streaming, and they're taking pictures, and then they turn to look at each other and they jokingly pucker their lips and they lean in and they so barely touch their lips together. It reminds me of a kiss that a mom would give her toddler. Very like, mwah, like exaggerated. Mwah.
That's like a normal thing girls do. Is like the fake lean in kiss, barely if not kiss each other's lips. Like that. Niggas don't do that, but that's what girls do.
That type of kiss. The comments read, they're literally insane. I wonder if Hara knows today is Kara's 10th anniversary. Why is she harming their image? They got nothing to do and just want attention. Other comments are fully questioning their sexuality. They read, I think they're lesbians. Yeah, I'm afraid the two will announce that they're dating in the future. It looks like they're at least going to come out as bisexual soon. You think they're seriously doing it? I think they did it with each other. This was a controversy. A controversy. Those were the controversies the girls faced together in 2017, but Sully is in a few controversies of her own that same year. The first controversy starts with an Instagram picture, and an article is written about it titled, Does Sully Dream of Becoming the Kim Kardashian of Korea?
So the craziest thing with like these blogs and stuff is that anybody could really have a blog. Like a 10-year-old child can have a blog and like post stuff to make it seem like this is actual news, and people will legitimately read it and believe it. Crazy. Don't believe everything you watch, guys.
Photo in question is of her laying on the floor mattress. There's like a mattress on the floor. She's wearing a slip dress. She's laying down and smiling at the camera. Again, the picture is only very sexual if you want it to be. It seems like she's hanging out with the girls and someone takes a photo of her. All of their scandals is very much girlhood. Like everything that they do are things that just girls typically do. She's laying on the floor chit-chatting with her girls. Someone takes a picture. She's not trying to be sexy. She's not trying to be perceived a certain way. She's literally just like eating popcorn with the girls. The birthday photo that they kiss, again, nothing is inherently sexual about it. It's just kind of how girls enjoy each other's company, I guess.
Like I said, that's what girls do. No. Dudes? No. That's wild.
You would say.
Yeah. And I think these people are actually sexualizing them.
Yes.
Like-
Nothing is sexual about it.
Yeah.
It's crazy. I mean, truly, maybe she's not wearing pants, but it's not like she's flashing anyone or posing in a suggestive manner on the floor mattress. But the article written for this one picture reads, on March 3rd, Sully posted a photo of herself lying down in a skimpy slip that went viral. In the photo, Sully appears to be wearing no bottoms, and her provocative pose sparked the sexual imagination.
Crazy.
Sully's behavior is reminiscent of Kim Kardashian in the United States, constantly posting photos on social media that emphasize her sexuality, including close-ups of her body parts and revealing outfits.
Excuse me, Kim Kardashian had a whole sex tape. I don't think that is not the same. That is not the same.
The article goes on to not so subtly,
And she got famous off of the sex tape, so that is not the same at all. You know what I'm saying?
so nicely, state that Sully is posting a lot of sexual photos and doing everything that she can, but showcasing real talent. They say if she has any, we wouldn't know. Comments on the article read, please don't ever compare her to Kim Kardashian. There's such a huge gap in their bodies to ever compare them to. Do you not see the major difference between her and Kim Kardashian? Like I said, their bodies are not even comparable.
Wait, so they're on her because they're saying she's not even as sexy as Kim Kardashian?
Yeah, because she's not even trying to be
Yeah.
sexy. Yeah.
That is crazy.
Listen, Kim Kardashian put flotation devices in her backside. Obviously, they're not the same.
Crazy.
Yeah. At least Kim Kardashian is voluminous. Sully seems to think that she has a hot body with the way that she keeps exposing it all the time when she actually doesn't, which is what makes her even more annoying. Sully's nothing more than an attention whore who has awakened to the life of having a big D. I will say, again, both the girls had steadfast supporters and fans. Most of the girlies are supporting them at this point. They're just like, just leave them alone is the sentiment. Let them do their thing. They're not hurting anybody. They're having fun. If that bothers you, just click off. But every little thing that they do becomes news, and everyone wants to just hate on them. But by far, Sully's biggest controversy to date is Nipplegate. That's what they call it.
What? What is with these titles? It's so weird.
It's so dramatic, but she posted a picture of herself on Instagram wearing a pretty thick tank top. And through the fabric, I guess if you're staring quite hard, you can see the outline of her nipples. On another one where she's sitting in a long sleeve shirt, you can see the outline again of her breast. And both the outfits, not that it matters, are incredibly modest. Like they're just regular pieces of clothing. She just happens to not be wearing a bra. But it seems like this is some netizens' first time understanding human anatomy, because one comment reads, if I was her friend, I would tell her to delete Instagram. Why has she changed so much? I mean, this reminds me of the quote, to ruin a woman is to call her a slut in public. That's it. That's all it takes. And that's what they're doing to Sully. And it's pretty clear the negative comments, the cyberbullying, it's getting to Sully. She posts on Instagram a picture promoting her boyfriend's new song. The picture itself, this is Cheja, her rapper boyfriend. And the picture itself is a funny image of her drinking soju. It's like a meme. And the caption reads, there was a time when I thought it would be nice if I would never wake up from my sleep. Then my boyfriend showed me this song and it made me feel better and more stable. This is why I cried. I uploaded this post as a fan because the song was so good. Likely not helping Sully's mental state at the time is later in 2017, Sully and Cheja will announce their breakup. Meanwhile, Seungri, he's on top of the world. This is after he's facilitated the sex work of over 29 different women. This is after those text messages evading taxes for his business. He's made it onto the Forbes 30 under 30 list, obviously under his group Big Bang. But even outside of Big Bang's activities, he ends up opening up 2 new clubs, one in Seoul, another one in China. He also states that his ramen business is bringing in like $200,000 a month. Yeah.
Didn't you see the video that the Big Bang members were talking about him?
Yes. Yeah. I get into it.
Oh,
It's a
okay,
whole
okay.
thing. But yeah, I mean, he ends up opening up 2 clubs, one in Seoul, one in China. Again, like I said, this is not Burning Sun, but this is one of his business ventures. It's called Monkey Museum, which will later be under investigation for suspicion of tax evasion. And he starts promoting his new business venture, a cancer diagnosis kit. He announces while Big Bang was on stage at a Q&A panel, Seungri announces that he basically will cure cancer. This is obviously a full-blown exaggeration on my part, but he is weird. He tells the audience that prior to this, the only way to diagnose someone with cancer is to have them go to an oncologist, a doctor. They'll have to run scans and x-rays. It's a lot. But he's going to develop a cancer diagnosis kit where you can just essentially take an at-home test to see if you have cancer using your urine. G-Dragon tells him on stage to, as nicely as he can on stage, shut up. Basically, stop talking.
What?
He tells him, don't talk about things unless you can confirm these things. Like, make sure you do testing before you start talking about it publicly.
Oh, so he's talking about something that he's looking to do or he's planning on launching.
Yes.
And G-Dragon was like, what are you talking about?
And why are you doing this right now at a Big Bang event? Why are you talking like this? What are you talking about? And also, this is such a sensitive topic. What are you even saying? You're not even someone in the medical field.
Yeah.
You're a random idol. Please stay in your lane. That's literally what G-Dragon is saying. But Seungri keeps going and stating that clinical trials were already
See, this is why he would, not even just aside from the fact as talent and I guess the way he looked, comparison to everybody in the group, he has like this little brother energy that he feels like he needs to prove himself to everybody that he's worth it or purposeful or whatever the case may be. This is why I feel like he wanted power and control through the businesses that he had, because he didn't feel that fulfillment while being in the group.
Complete. He would have a prototype March 2017, which he does not. And this was actually not a scandal at all.
Oh yeah. I know about G-Dragon. I got very well informed about his outcome. Yeah. I figured he was the youngest as well. He's the youngest and with little brother energy.
This never came out, right?
Nope.
Okay.
And it was not a scandal, even though it really should have been. 2018, the photographer that did the Lolita baby oil shirt, the photo shoot for Sully and Hara, is investigated for sexually harassing a model. He is found guilty and sentenced to 8 months in prison. The girls worked with him 2 years prior and had no clue about any of these allegations, but they would still be dragged in the mud for working with a guy like this after the fact.
Oh, so he was charged?
Yes, 2 years after their photo shoot.
But people bring back the girls.
Yeah, and they're like, how dare you work with someone like this? Like, if you support people like this, you're obviously messed up. I can't believe you would ever reach out to him to do a photo shoot. You support the sexual harassment of other women? Yeah. Became a whole controversy all over again.
Yeah, the inferiority complex. I feel like there's like a nestled group in the mix of the inferiority complex with like narcissism and like a psychopath. like if they weren't murderers, like they're doing anything other that's pretty heinous or like wildly just off the charts.
2018, Ku Hara has a rumored self-exit attempt. One news headline reads, "Self-exit attempt rumors." Ku Hara reps say that she was getting treatment for a sleep disorder. The agency denies her self-exit attempt, and it's unclear if it was or was not, although later she will have other attempts. But regardless, the comments read, as if she would die and leave all of her investment buildings behind. Haha. Ku Hara seems way too greedy and self-centered to actually die. Oh yeah, she'd totally die and leave all that money behind, for sure. Do you guys know her net worth? Why would she leave any of that? Never worry for a celebrity, especially one that owns her own buildings. How to cure insomnia? Go do a hard labor job for a day and you'll sleep like a baby. She'll sleep just fine if she works hard labor for 2 days and eats cup ramen in place of meals. I notice that people who are bored with nothing to do and no physical work in their lives, they have sleep disorders. She hasn't been working at all these days, so why does she have a sleep disorder? Does she just stay up all night playing games? In 2018, Ku Hara goes on a variety show called
The audacity of people. I call it bad parenting.
My Beauty Diary, and she meets a hairstylist, a celebrity stylist by the name of CJ Choi Chung-bum. He's known as the wannabe Yoo Ah-in, a South Korean.
Extremely unsavory personalities. I had a manager. Well, he was an assistant manager that I used to work for a while ago, and he was top tier, like. Well, he was top tier, like, narcissist, 110%, like, never did any wrong, but literally screwed everything up all the time, and wanted all of us to fix it, and then him take all the credit. Crazy. He got fired within, because he was a new hire as an assistant manager, trying to take over the branch. And he was fired within like 6 months. Yeah, he was up out of there.
An actor that's very famous. CJ, the ex-boyfriend, has a pretty big reputation of being a pretty boy in Gangnam. Yeah. The two meet on a variety show and they start dating. Friends close to Hara would later say, things are just not going well. Even before the revenge video incident, they stated that when CJ would get drunk, his behavior would completely change. He was just this delusionally jealous boyfriend. Every time Hara would go out to work, he would accuse her of cheating on him, and he would start these exhausting, never-ending arguments. By the end of 2018, the situation with CJ will be made public, how he had threatened her with intimate videos of both of them, and the search Ku Hara sex video will start trending. By the end of the year, Ku Hara does a fan meet. And just compare this to JJY and Seungri's fan meets, where they end up sending inappropriate videos after the fan meet. Seungri, it was illegal filming versus actual assault. But JJY, he was charged with getting R-word after the fan meet. So just think about their fan meets. Ku Hara does a fan meet where she brings a letter that she wrote, and at the end of the fan meet, she gets up and she says,
"Here's how to turbocharge."
things that this
See, this is why I had posted on my community post here on YouTube, like, would you choose fame or riches? In general, I wouldn't care if nobody knew my name. But if I was solid with like all the things, right? It wouldn't matter. It wouldn't matter at all. Like, I would get me 100 acres, house on a lot, you know what I'm saying, and be out by myself. I'd be good. Said you worked with a guy like that. He was even worse if he were a woman. Dude was a slug. Is that how he looked to you? Was a slug?
year happened, from happy to sad. And I also thought at one point it would be the end. But then there were fans that encouraged me even in that situation. So I just want to express my sincere gratitude. I'm sorry for constantly making you guys worried, and thank you. There's still a lot more I want to do, and I'm going to keep going for all the fans that have been waiting. I'm going to be very active in Japan and Korea in the future. So thank you. And she starts tearing up. Meanwhile, Burning Sun officially opens in 2018, has been open and operating with a lot of success for most of the year. Throughout the year, women are going to the police to report suspicious activities and instances of having just one singular drink or a few sips of a drink straight from the bar, not having any recollection of the rest of the entire night. The police do nothing about it. By the end of 2018, Burning Sun starts unraveling. The situation with the guy that gets punched in the club gets released. Authorities start their investigation into...
So fame is a dangerous walk. I'm not intelligent enough to stay out of trouble with that. No, that's how he acted. Understood. But yeah. See, with fame, like, you have to monitor, like, everything that you do because you're highly influential, et cetera, et cetera. I think for me, it'd be a little bit of both. Like, either you'll really like me or you really won't. Or it'd be like, I understand where you're coming from, even though I don't agree, but I get it. You know what I mean? That's how I feel like people would receive me ultimately. Those three ways. Because I have a very forward way of speaking, but at the same time, can't expect everybody to like you either. But if I see something wild and I know somebody's doing something wild, I'm telling. I'm telling. If you invite me to a party and y'all doing some crazy stuff, I'm telling, bro. There's no way I wouldn't be telling. Like, don't invite me if you're going to be doing some crazy stuff. And I'll be like, I saw brother on his knees, bruh.
To the club, and at first Seungri tries to play it off as a few employees who have gone rogue. They hit a club goer, he didn't know about this, but the deeper people start digging, a lot more starts coming out about just how shady this club actually is. It is at the end of 2018, the tech whistleblower will send 3 USB sticks to the attorney with all the evidence. 2019 is when everything starts falling apart. CJ is out using his opportunity to build a career out of the whole revenge video scandal. So this is Ku Hara's ex-boyfriend.
How are people not canceling him for, or even calling him out for what he did to Ku Hara?
Yeah, they are, but it's nowhere near as how they're calling out Ku Hara for the smallest things.
So you're saying that...
So I've noticed in Korean pop culture, mostly, as of recent, of course, that's what I've been covering, that a guy could do something and everybody's just like, whatever. But then a girl does something and everybody's just like, the devil you are. Shame. Like, that's insane. And obviously, understandably, in general, there are male and female roles where if a guy were to be accused of essaying a woman without evidence, usually it's taken as fact, right? But on the other hand, if a woman is looked at as a slut, then people are going to take that as fact without any evidence. They're just going to be like, because she has like maybe a sexy or cute kind of scandalous photo and be like, immediately slut, everybody's had you. Like, bro, what are you talking about? Like, those are career, life ruining statements to make and wild beliefs to have without evidence and just accuse somebody of, to where it's like, do you understand the magnitude of what you're saying right now and how much that could affect somebody's life and career? But people really just don't care, and that's insane. Yeah, right. Invite at your own risk. Like, don't invite, and there better be food at these parties. Don't invite me and there's no food. I'm telling on you about that too.
That even though people realize he's like doing all of this behind the scenes, he still has supporters.
Yeah, so I was actually listening to a very fascinating lawyer who was describing the situation of law in Korea. And she said, if you are ever planning on moving to Korea as a woman, just know this, that in Korea, if a woman makes a few small mistakes and a man makes one big mistake, the man never actually made a mistake. Like
what I was just saying. Because you know how way back when, like, women were looked at as just objects, you know what I'm saying? Like cattle, per se. Because whenever a village would get, ran through, all the men are killed. Like they don't save any men. Like the men are normally killed, and the women are taken and done pretty dirty, but used more so as, for the offspring. Like women were taken as cattle or treasures of the village or whoever that they were going against. But then in this generation, still in some senses and in some areas and cultures, still looked at as like, oh, you're not like a real person. I think there was like a study of something where there was a study of like a certain amount of men that when they looked at women, they looked at them as objects. Wild. The whole case was just insane. Facts. I have like no words, it's just facts.
Let's say you go to a bar. A woman makes a bunch of mistakes. Quote, mistakes. She gets drunk. This is what she's wearing. Maybe she didn't, tell her friend. Maybe she shouldn't have been out. And then a man essays her. Well, because she made all these mistakes. That man's mistake, it's not a mistake, but you get it, doesn't count.
See, I hate this argument. I hate this argument so much. So there's two ways to look at the argument, and I feel like justifiably, just hear me out. I have a third idea. So first, I'm gonna go with this third idea. So third idea is, and I mentioned this earlier in the stream if you guys were here, but women have to be way more careful as far as like going out at night, etc. Like, this should be common knowledge, of course. And no, nobody has the privilege or has the right to touch you, do anything like that, just because you want to wear something that you want to wear, risque, more skin, whatever the case may be. That doesn't give somebody the right to do that, right? But also situationally, as a woman, you know that you're putting yourself in a situation still to where it's like you have to be aware that there's weirdos and creeps that don't care. And by putting yourself in situations where weirdos and creeps are, just because you want to have fun, be out, whatever the case may be, obviously doesn't justify the right for a dude to do whatever. But you have to know yourself in your situation enough to be like, is this smart to do this? You know what I'm saying? And it's sad that you have to like think in that type of way because you just want to go out and have fun and look good and be sexy or whatever. That's cool. But there's just weirdos. Like, there is no way to control the weirdos. There's like the 10% of guys that are just guys that are out doing normal guy stuff and want everybody to have fun. And then there's this deep majority of 90% of like weirdos that are just out to be freaking weird. And there's way more weirdos than there are normal guys. So situational awareness is a big key for women to have. Like, I'm talking about big, because that will prevent more situations from happening than usual. Being like, all right, at least don't just have one girlfriend, have like 2 or 3. You guys gotta roll in packs, like, and you guys have to have like fail safes and remedial actions, things of that nature. Women had it rough for years, and it's only just this past century positive changes are being made. That is a fact. It's terrifying being a woman, honestly, yes. And this is why I will constantly promote that women should always learn how to fight, how to like do. I promise you, I don't care what, you could be 99 years old. Learn grappling. Learn a grappling art, whether it be wrestling, judo, jujitsu, something. Why? Because that art specifically was legitimately made for smaller individuals. And majority of the time, a guy isn't just going to just like straight give you hands. They're going to want to SA a woman and get what they want. You know what I mean? So more than likely, it's in close proximity, which jujitsu wrestling is. Specifically, I would say jujitsu. I've done 17 years of martial arts myself. I've taught many people. And I love teaching kids and I love teaching women, because then I'm like, awesome, I get to teach you like one of the most important skills ever to have to possibly save your life or somebody else's, that I hope that you don't have to need, but I get to teach you because I'm going to teach you the most practical way to survive. And I feel like it's so deep, it's so important to know. If anything, you know, like you don't even have to have like a crazy amount of experience doing it, but if you're able to be just proficient in the basics, I promise you it'd save your life or somebody else's. And yes, being a woman can be very scary. Oh, he said sadly got to make careful choices and hope that limits the opportunity for the weirdos. Yep. I've taken multiple self-defense classes. Hey, big ups to you. I'm so happy that you have. That's really good. That's really, really good. And I hope you're telling your friends and your girlfriends, be like, hey, you guys need to know something. And a lot of times people be like, oh, why do I gotta know that? I'm not gonna look for a fight. It's not about looking for a fight. It's not about getting into a fight. It's about, if something happens, I can assure myself that I know how to handle myself. Just like when you get insurance for a vehicle, you know what I'm saying? You're not hoping to get into a car accident. You're going to possibly get into a car accident because other people are stupid, just like weirdos are stupid. Yes, jiu-jitsu is excellent. Jiu-jitsu is excellent. And I say that, and I say grappling simply because, like, normally, although yes, women can do striking, but it's not going to be as effective as if you were grappling. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's legitimately, if you look up the guy, I forget who the guy's name is, but if you look up the guy that was teaching jujitsu like way back in the day, the dude is like 4'2", like throwing people that are like not even twice, like 3 to 4 times his size. It's literally made for small people. And it works. Yeah, no one looks for trouble. Trouble will find you. Especially when you just want to have fun too. Yeah, exactly. They don't expect you to fight back. That's the biggest key, is that they don't expect you to fight back. People that are like trying to violate somebody, they always look for a weaker individual. They never look for, oh, I'm gonna mess with this person that looks like they could beat my ass. Like, that's not a thing. They try to look for weak individuals, and if just so happen they stumbled upon you, well, guess what? You not them, because you were able to do your due diligence, practice a lot, but you're able to handle yourself, and they do not expect you to fight back. Yep. Grappling is majorly underrated and probably the most realistically useful. Definitely is. I've been making a lot of jokes about grappling, but that's just within the martial art, just poking fun at the arts, but honestly, like jiu-jitsu specifically, I'd be like, yes, learn that, know that it's very, very useful, and I highly, highly, highly advise. I know if I do have a daughter in the future, well, it doesn't even matter. If I have any kids in the future, like that's what they're gonna learn firsthand, is how to, handle themselves through grappling first, jiu-jitsu specifically, because it's so simple, but it's oh so useful. It's a multi-tool in a way.
Never made one. And then there's another comparison that she said, which is if a man has multiple mistake after mistake after mistake, and a woman has one mistake, they're the same. They're equals. They have both made mistakes.
Yeah, I can see how this is literally this case.
Yeah.
I've been using the 8 Sleep pod.
So CJ is out using this as an opportunity to build his career. He straight up opens up a new salon and promotes it in his apology letter on Instagram. And while he's out there doing that, Hara is involved in another scandal. I don't even, every time I say scandal or controversy, just know that this is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Again, she did nothing scandalous. She posted a picture onto Instagram and her angry commenters start freaking out, accusing her of getting work done because she looks so, quote, different. Her double eyelids look deeper. That's the accusation.
It's clearly makeup. What are we talking about right now? And look, I'm new to this double eyelid thing, that it's an actual thing, and I won't even say Korean culture, Asian culture.
While he's out there doing that, Hara is involved in another scandal. I don't even, every time I say scandal or controversy, just know that this is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Again, she did nothing scandalous. She posted a picture onto...
Clearly that's makeup. And even if she did do something, that did not affect your life, your bank account, your job, what you do. The fact of the matter that people are so invested in other people's business blows my mind. But then look, what I know, if anything, is that if anybody has anything bad to say about anybody else, as heinous as people are, it's all a reflection as what they say to themselves. The inside voice inside them that tells them that they're not good enough and they look like this and they look like that, that's what they tell themselves. And then now they want to spew it onto other people so then they can make themselves feel better or make other people feel worse about themselves because it makes them feel better. So it's obviously a reflection of how bad they feel about themselves, which is actually sad. Very sad.
To Instagram, and her angry commenters start freaking out, accusing her of getting work done because she looks so, quote, different. Her double eyelids look deeper. That's the accusation. Ku Hara responds to a netizen saying that she had a medical issue where, because of a muscle twitch, her eyelids would start drooping and it was really bothering her, so she had them retouched. I'm imagining that she had some extra skin clipped, which is something that a lot of people do, especially as you get older, because it gets heavier. It's not that big of a deal. Even if it was just purely cosmetic, it's not that big of a deal. And the comments keep coming. You lost your charm. Your previous face was prettier. I can't believe you would get plastic surgery. Ugh, you're so vain. After everything that's happened, you still just care about your looks.
That is crazy.
It's her literal
Literally,
career.
Yeah, this is K-pop. What are you talking about?
Some say she's too ugly. Some say she looks old. And then she tries to get work done and it's not even cosmetic. They get upset. Oh, that's another thing. This is a complete side note, but it's so interesting that in the K-pop world, especially through K-netizens, they don't like it when idols get plastic surgery. But
literally, I did a documentary reaction review over the dark side of K-pop, all that type of stuff. that is that is technically the norm, is to get plastic surgery or be like severely anorexic to where you're drinking sips, like a cap full of water every day and not eating. The most insane, and this is what I blamed it on. First, I blamed it on the industry, because that's who made these standards for these K-pop artists that everybody calls idols. And then the fans, because they're upholding to them to this standard of like a god tier individual that can't do any wrong, but once they do something that they don't like, then they get slandered. Like infamously slandered. Like, it's terrible. So the industry builds it up to that point to where they technically get worshipped, and then the fans uphold them to these high standards that they shouldn't be put on, like a pedestal. They are human, and I feel like people lose touch of reality because they're so deeply invested in other people's life and what they do and all the other things that you forget that they're human beings, and they are allowed to mess up, and they are allowed to make mistakes, and they are allowed to do what, like, they're human beings. Oh my gosh, people, man. Oh my gosh, no.
But they don't like it when their idols don't look perfect. When one netizen commented, "Why are you doing plastic surgery?" I think Ku Hara just got fed up with everyone saying all these things, harassing her for getting a medical procedure. And even if it was solely for the purpose of feeling better in her own skin, even if it was purely cosmetics, so what? So she comments back to the netizen, "Is getting correctional medical surgery a sin?" Which I personally don't find mean. It's a bit snappy, maybe, if you read it that way, but given the situation, the context, the other comments she's receiving, it's probably one of the nicest ways to respond.
I hate that. Like, you can either type something out. That's why I don't really like texting much. Because you could say something in the way that you say it. Like, if you ask me, "Hey, do you want anything to eat?" Be like, "No, I'm good." Somebody could read it and be like, "He said that in such a mean way." No, I'm good. But I'm literally just saying, "No, I'm good." Like, I don't want any food. But people will read it differently in their minds, because that's how they would, like I said, this is a reflection of how people are to themselves. So that's dumb. She's fed up of all these dumb comments that, of course, I wouldn't even say that's snappy at all, but I feel like the most straightforward, polite way to say something, she did.
Another comment from a netizen reads, "You looked prettier before you had the surgery."
Extremely young, like 13, 14 years old, made to look like they're 23, 24, 25. Insane. And then not even just how they dress, but then how they do their choreography, where it's sexy. Like, no, bro. No little girls, no little boys should be gyrating, bro. But there's adults that are like puppeteering these, you know what I'm saying, these K-pop stars, because they know what the fans want, and they know that there's creepy guys out there that also want that. So guess what? They're gonna feed the dragon.
Hara responds, "Thank you for thinking that way." Which, honestly, again, not rude at all. I would argue the comment left by the netizen is actually rude. Ku Hara, again, said the nicest thing that could be said to that. The internet does not agree. They rip her apart for being, quote, rude to fans. Ku Hara had to delete her comments and formally apologize, which is just unhinged. Like, after everything we already know that she's been through with her ex-boyfriend and her, all of this is really what we're doing right now. And
I hate when your management team or whatever makes you have to, oh yeah, now you gotta apologize for something that was justifiable, but because everybody else doesn't like it, you have to apologize to make right with your fans. I wouldn't even call those fans, but with your fans. That's dumb. That's so dumb. That's because I know that they like the management, the studio, whoever you want to call it, that puppeteers everything. Like they want them to have like this squeaky clean image to where it dehumanizes them. Like they're not allowed to make a mistake. That's dumb. That doesn't make any sense.
And I get it. Some people might say, oh, I hate when celebrities create unrealistic beauty standards by denying that they've had surgeries. It sends the wrong message to young girls who think that they'll just be born looking like that. That cannot even be applied to this case. Hara has openly admitted to having work done in the past. In the beginning of her career, she stated that she gets filler injections on her nose, she had braces to fix her teeth, and she had a double eyelid redefined in the beginning of her career. Which, side note, I would really hardly call that getting work done, but still, people are just mad at her. She later posts another Instagram picture with a lengthy caption, basically trying to get everyone to understand where she's coming from.
See, but what is already simple shouldn't have to have any explanation. And if you're explaining yourself to people that clearly don't get the picture, you're wasting your breath. There's no reason to explain yourself for something that's so simple that you can easily read between the lines. That's why people get caught up in like titles and thumbnails, because it grabs you because of what it says. But people not wanting to understand that, hey, if it's not for me, it's not for me. But at the same time, when it comes to somebody else doing whatever they want to do that has nothing to do with them, but wants to be so deeply a part of it that it affects them emotionally, like you're too invested.
She wasn't trying to be rude to a fan. She writes, ever since I debuted at a young age, I've suffered from a lot of malicious comments and psychological pain. Of course, there was a reason I got eye surgery at that young age. One of the reasons why was because I no longer wanted to be hurt by the uncomfortable feeling in my right eye from my muscle twitch. I feel it's better for me to be confident about the things that I want to be confident in. I never once thought I should take action against these malicious comments.
She's about to get slandered again. They be like, she's trying to get attention. She's trying to do a sob story. I guarantee you.
I'm always someone who just lives each day the best as I can. So I hope you can look upon me nicely, no matter what I look like now. I promise I'll continue to work hard to become a better person who takes responsibility for her words. A month later, Ku Hara attempts self-exit. Hara posts onto her Instagram, I'm tired of pretending that I'm happy and everything is okay. I don't want to cause concern and be a burden amongst other people.
That's probably the worst, is like to act like you're happy and you're not. Not like you have to walk around like a sad sack, but at the same time, like that's probably like one of the worst positions to be in, because what's that word where they have to be cute? Eggyo or whatever, where you're putting on I feel like it's kind of like a fake persona of like being extra cute or whatever. They have to constantly smile or act like everything's all good, but everything's not all good, and they're not allowed to express that because that's not how the production studios want them to be, is human.
5 days later, she posts another cryptic Instagram picture with just one word: goodbye. After seeing this, Hara's manager starts freaking out, tries to call her, but call after call just keeps going to voicemail. They panic, rush to her apartment, where they find her unconscious. She is rushed to the hospital, and thankfully, they are able to save her. This is her first verified public self-exit attempt, but later her brother will admit that she's tried a few times prior. She takes to Instagram to address the whole situation. Her first statement is basically a formal apology. She writes, I'm sorry for causing concern and causing a big scene. In terms of health, I am recovering. I have been in agony for a number of overlapping issues, but from now on, I will harden my heart and try to show up healthy. I will overcome it and show you the best Hara possible. A little while later, her second post addresses the hate comments she's still getting. She writes, I will take action against malicious comments in the future. There's no excuse for malicious comments. For my mental health's sake, I want to become a person that you can look at with pretty eyes. So she's basically saying, you don't like me? Like, I want to be someone you can like for the own sake of my mental health so you won't bully me anymore. Like, she's basically saying, I want to be that person too, okay? And say things with pretty words and a pretty heart, but depression is not easy. People say, I'm too comfortable and that's why I'm depressed. My life is all thanks to the hard work that I've put in. Don't you know that you too might be depressed and sick too if you're leaving these types of comments? Where are the pretty people where are the pretty hearts that find broken hearts together and wrap their loving arms around them together? I'm gonna work hard and I'm gonna overcome it and become positive and show you a better side of me. You should try that too. She's talking to the haters. Celebrities aren't people just making a living off publicity. They have to be more careful about their personal lives than anybody else. And more than anybody else, they have a pain that they can't talk to others about. Even if they do, most people don't understand it. You're free to speak your mind and you can think about who you are, but you should think about who you are, what kind of person you are, before you spread that kind of hatred. Personally, I think it's really beautifully worded. I think it's a nice message for the people who have been cyberbullying her for a few months, if not years. A lot of comments agree. They write, you're right. Society needs to start getting rid of kids who leave hate comments that are too harsh to even put into words.
I think the companies make them do many of these apologies actually make the idols bigger targets, yeah, because it shows that they are forced to just hush and take it, yeah. And that's what pushes people to the edge is that. And just to obviously elaborate on the issue, like the fact that she had to tell probably even adult grown men and women that, hey, your hateful comments, they hurt. What? I don't understand. And I don't feel like I will ever fully understand as to why like people are the way they are. But besides like what I've said, it's a reflection of how they feel about themselves. And even what's her name was talking about you could possibly be feeling depression or sadness or whatever the case may be. Same situation, man.
Don't go easy on the hate commenters. So in Korea, you can actually take legal action against malicious comments.
Okay.
But others read, leaving hate comments is bad, but it's not like you're any better. What I earned through working hard? Is she implying that we commenters don't try hard enough to obtain the same kind of wealth? She's so out of touch. She can just stay off social media. It's not like she really expects to hear only praise every day. Geez, is that what she wants? Others commented that she's going to look back at her self-exit attempt in a few years and cringe. They accuse Ku Hara of being an attention whore and state that true attention whores never actually die because they're already satisfied with the attention that they get from it. Almost immediately after that, during the first trial against her ex-boyfriend that took the videos and photos of her, he was given an 18-month suspended sentence. That means
he's out.
Yes, so he's given 18 months, but as long as he does not commit a crime in the next 3 years while he's free, he doesn't need to serve the 18 months. Basically, he doesn't have to go to jail. The judge in the case stated, CJ did hurt Ku Hara in the process of their breakup, and he also threatened to end her life as a celebrity by sharing their sex video. However, we understand he did not plan on committing these crimes. The sex video was not recorded against Ku Hara's will. The video was never actually leaked or shared with the public. They're basically saying he didn't plan to do it. He threatened her, but then he didn't actually do it. So,
Wow.
Thus, the court concludes to give Choi Jong-bum a suspended sentence with a probation period. So you're telling me it's okay to blackmail someone as long as you don't actually go through with it? So is it okay to in-depth, fully plan to harm, I don't know, let's say a judge, but then as long as you get caught before you go through with harming them physically, it should be fine. The judge should be okay with it.
I'm clearly guessing that this is just in Korea overseas from the United States, because even a murder here in the United States that you did not go through but you planned is 20 years. A plan. You didn't put to action nothing. A plan. Like, I can sketch out a plan, be like, yeah, this is what I was gonna do. 20 years. Me no understand.
Like a threat against his own life. It's just a threat. I didn't actually do anything. The court continues. While Choi did not get Ku's full consent to the video, so like they're going back on their word, did not get her full consent to the video to record the sexual activity. Those two were, in fact, involved in a romantic relationship at the time of the recording, and Gu did not specifically stop Choi from recording either. This is giving, oh, you can't essay your wife because you guys are married.
There still has to be mutual agreement that you want to do things with wife, husband, right? Like, you can't just do things and say no and then you're like, yes. Like, that's not like, yes, you can do that. Like, what do you... I don't know.
That's what it's giving.
Yeah, I think that's what they believed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So 2019 is a very rough year for Ku Hara. After her self-exit attempt, after the depressing verdict from the court, she takes the first step to reach out to reporter Kang to tell her, I heard you've been writing about Burning Sun. I was friends with them. I think I can help you.
Most people don't know this.
Oh my gosh. Hey, and if you guys don't know, Stray Kids album is dropping July 19th, midnight my time, Eastern time. So I'm going to be doing a live album release party on my Patreon. So all my Patreoners, everybody that's a part of the family, you know what I'm saying? We're going to have a live listening party for Stray Kids. It's only going to be on my Patreon, but it's only going to be live to everybody that's on Patreon. So if you want to be a part of that live and not want to miss the awesome, like, I'm gonna be listening to every single track like 5 or 6 times, dissecting everything. I don't think they're gonna have any music videos come out yet for it besides the one that they had, like Lose My Breath, but those are gonna be some highlights. And sadly enough, because I can't post it on YouTube, it will get blocked. That's ultimately why I won't post it on YouTube. It will get blocked on YouTube. So that's mostly why I do and release a lot of content on my Patreon, is because everything gets blocked. So any like future music videos that they were coming out with is going to be on my Patreon. So even if you didn't want to join the live in the future, like, that's where all the extra content is that I don't post on YouTube goes to anyway. So yeah, or any early access that I have from there gets posted later on YouTube. You said it hurts the brain. Excited for the album. Yeah, I'm super excited for the album, and I think that the album is gonna be like the best album that they've ever came out with, as well as it's not gonna sound anything like they've ever made ever. So I think it's gonna be really dope. I'm excited for it.
This is Sully, not Ku Hara, posts a picture of flowers on her Instagram. The caption reads, "Abolition of laws punishing abortion. Today is an honorable day. Freedom to choose for all women." Some comments, and this is 2019, so it's pretty recent. Comments read, "Abolition of anti-abortion laws isn't a matter that should solely be celebrated, but she's so happy about it. Sully, stop acting like you're woke. Everyone can tell by your actions that you're just stupid." Sully pretends to be aware of things thanks to the backing of social media, but we all know that her brain is empty. Sully's gone crazy posting I wonder what her parents are like. 2019 is not a good year for Seungri either. JJY and Choi of FT Island. JJY is arrested and reporters hound him at the airport. There's a female reporter that approaches him and is like, is everything you said in the messages true? Because the Kakao messages get leaked at this point. And he just responds, sorry. And all the reporters, it turns into a mosh pit at the airport. The reporters keep asking, is it true that you secretly filmed women? And he's just holding on to this one bodyguard for dear life. After the airport incident, he publicly announces that he will be quitting the entertainment industry, which is a lie because he's coming back. And he states that he has indeed committed crime.
I like how she just pointed that out, which is a lie. It is a lie. Look at him. For dear life, just like a little freaking baby, man. I don't understand why more repercussions for these and not even just Korea. I'm talking about everywhere. Like, people just forgot about Diddy. That man is in Miami chilling in public, literally in Publix at a grocery store, just chilling. Like, what's really going on?
One bodyguard for dear life. After the airport incident, he publicly announces that he will be quitting the entertainment industry, which is a lie because he's coming back. And he states that he has indeed committed crimes. He writes, I admit to all my crimes. I filmed women without their consent and shared it in social media chat rooms without any guilt. More than anything, I would like to apologize to the women who appeared in those videos and who have learned of this hideous truth as the incidents come to light. He is promptly arrested and he will be sentenced to 5 years in prison. Choi is quickly arrested as well. And by mid-2019, things kind of start looking better for the girls. Maybe the tides are shifting. Ku Hara signs with a new Japanese agency. She releases her first single as a soloist. Ku Hara's own brother says, obviously, things don't just magically disappear. Her depression is still there, but it appeared that she was feeling more stable. He says, she looked better than I thought she would. She was even encouraging her brother and her sister-in-law to go visit a doctor. She was helping pay for their doctor's visits so that they could try and have a baby. And she just was really excited to be an aunt. It seemed like she was entering this new phase in her life. Same with Sully. Sully does an interview addressing the hate comments. She literally goes on a show called Night of the Hate Comments, where the hosts bring on celebrity guests and read comments with them to talk about it and address them to a degree. It's kind of like Jimmy Kimmel, the celebrities reading mean tweets, but a bit more discourse. The celebrities will usually talk to the host about how the comment makes them feel, if there's any validity to them, if they're true, if they're not, why it started. In one mean comment, they talk about Sully being an attention seeker, to which she responds, I think it's a valid comment because aren't we all attention seekers at the end of the day? Like, don't we all kind of want attention and love? So it's like, I feel like she's very in tune with emotions and people.
I feel like they are
and of course, we're human beings. Like, you don't want to do something for naught and for people not to see what you do or whatever the case. Like, having validation isn't bad. It's just sometimes when if your intent is not for good, that's when it comes out that, like, validation is bad. Because then when you're seeking validation because you don't feel purposeful or whatever the case, you're going to do some, like, crazy, wild stuff that you obviously see nowadays, like trying to get fame and go viral and this, that, and a third, just for likes and clicks. That's not it. That's not it, Chief.
Being more authentic
Yes.
on social media, they show a little bit more commonly shown as the K-pop idol image, and they get bullied for that.
Meanwhile, these three guys have the perfect image and they're committing some of the most heinous crimes in the K-pop world behind the scenes. It's like out of this world. I mean, all these girls want to do is post some creative photos and just be artsy. They're just very creative.
Can't be yourself nowadays, guys. Everybody got to be fake so people could like you for who you're not.
Is that why you continue to post no bra pictures, even though you know that you're going to get some crazy reactions and cause a big controversy? So these are talking about how she posts pictures without bras on. And she said, when I first posted pictures of me without a bra, there were so many different reactions. And I do think that, yeah, I could have gotten scared and just hid and never posted those things again, but I didn't. I kept posting because I wanted people to realize it's not that big of a deal. I just wanted the prejudices to disappear. She said how at one fan meet, a fan came up to her and whispered, "언니, I'm not wearing a bra today." And Sully gave her the thumbs up because I want to break that mold on society and show that no bra is no big deal. I think it's about freedom of the individual. Bras aren't even good for your health.
Yeah, that's what I've heard, that bras aren't even actually good for your actual chest and growth and everything else. That like even like blood circulation, as well as that, like I think like the only thing that if any bras are good for is like sports bras, and that's obviously like for working out or whatever the case, whatever you want to call it. But people are gonna always be weird, so I even if this gets like completely normalized, like there's still gonna be outliers, etc., etc. So situational awareness. Like if you do something, you got to know that there's always going to be some type of backlash. Even if you're doing the right thing, Jesus was crucified. So if Jesus was crucified and he was the most perfect person on this planet, you know what I'm saying? How do you figure that you're going to be the scapegoat that's able to get by with nobody saying anything? You know what I mean? So it's pick your poison, pick your fight.
They have a wire. They're not good for digestion. I have digestive issues. So it's just much more comfortable for me not to wear them. And I think it's very free and honestly beautiful. To me, bras are like accessories. Some clothing, it looks better with a bra. Some clothing, it doesn't look as good with a bra, so I don't wear one. She's handling it with so much grace, honestly. And I think she's trying to be, again, as transparent as possible. She even says, when I would meet people in the past, even before I said hello, I felt the need to explain, wait, whatever you read about me, please forget it. That's not who I am. Those rumors aren't true. She said meeting people was so stressful. At one point, the situation got so bad, she started fearing for her safety, that all that hate was going to manifest in real life, meaning if all these people hate her online, what are the odds that she's going to run into one of them in person? She was very scared. She starts getting massively paranoid. She would take alleyways when she goes out, avoiding public spaces. She always felt like cameras were following her around. The hosts agree that Sully is like the nuclear bomb of hate comments. She gets so much hate for no reason at all. They ask her, what makes you happy? Like, what do you do to stay happy through all these comments?
The difference in like what ensues hate in Korea in comparison to here in the United States, celebrity wise, is different like night and day. Like this would have already technically in the fans' eyes already been forgiven and forgot about for the most part. I don't. I think because it's out of, I guess, the norm in a sense, cultural wise, why this is just like a thing to do. People are sheep at the end of the day. Like, people are going to more so follow rather than lead. That's just what it is. Like, if people see that it is like a trend to hate on a particular thing, it doesn't even have to be somebody, but a particular thing, then people do it. Just like doing challenges and trendy dances, people follow. Most people are going to follow. And even if somebody has no hate towards her, just because they see a lot of that and most people aren't leaders, they're just going to follow the crowd and just do the same thing as everybody else. Which is also sad because, yeah.
To which she responds, my life is actually pretty empty, so I feel like I'm lying to everyone by pretending to be happy on the outside. There was really never truly a time where I was really happy. Another host said their heart ached for Sully because how much suffering does one have to go through to say that you've never truly been happy? When she was asked about how she wanted the world to see her, she said, I think I just wish people would look at me and think, oh, I guess there's someone like that exists. And just accept the difference, that not everybody is identical. They don't have to like me, but just, people like that exist as well. But of course, that is not what netizens decide to focus on. Instead, they won't stop talking about her September 28th, 2019 live stream. She goes on a live stream while doing her hair and makeup, and honestly, in the video, she looks kind of depressed. She looks somber. Nobody cares about that. Nobody cares to check in on her or see if she's okay. She's wearing one of those thin robes that you tie around your waist, and as she's doing her hair near the end, because of the way that her arms are moving and the camera angle, her breast is exposed by accident.
Wow, I just built the most...
Man. See, okay. To play devil's advocate in a small piece, as much flack as she getting from similar things as such, I know you want to just be expressive. Situational awareness, remember? Like putting on a little bit extra clothing or doing something different so something around that area doesn't, you know what I'm saying? She's ultimately giving them ammunition, which sucks because that's not what she's trying to do, and that's probably not what she's thinking about. Like, she's just doing her makeup. Annoying. This is annoying.
Start flooding. Why are you never wearing a bra? Even when you're hanging out with your male friends, what's the reason? How are you so confident without wearing a bra? Again, that comment could be interpreted as nice, but it's not, because prior to all of this, throughout her scandals of not wearing a bra, a lot of people mocked her, saying that someone with breasts like hers shouldn't even be confident enough to be outside without a bra. Sully responds to those comments, I don't get what's wrong. This is my personal freedom. October 14th, 2019, Sully's manager has been trying to get in contact with her since the night before, but she's not picking up. She missed her scheduled press events that day, and the manager starts looking for her and finds her in her home. After her death, an entry from Sully's diary was made public, and it reads, I haven't written in this diary for a really long time. Today I dreamed that my teeth fell out. I didn't feel very happy about that. I went to the recording and saw a video of myself, and I look really dirty and ugly. I feel embarrassed thinking people are going to be pointing at me and evaluating me. Why can't I be more confident? If I think about it, I feel like I'm still influenced by the hurt that remains in my heart from a long time ago, despite not being able to remember very well. I've never received infinite love. Dad left me even though I didn't do anything wrong. I felt like mom might leave me too if I misbehave, so I forgot about myself and I followed her opinions and her wishes. Side note, Sully does have a very complicated relationship with her mom. Friends say that Sully was obsessed with her mom, so obsessed, loved her, followed her around like best friends. And Sully started in the industry as a child star. Her mom is the one that managed all of her finances. Even later when she debuts and becomes of age, she lets her mom handle it all. It's not until later she decides, hey, maybe I should try investing or something by myself. And her mom tells her there's nothing. Nothing at all. All those years, the traumatic years of working in the industry as a child, her mom blew through all of her money. Not only that, her mom has been receiving advance payments for all of Sully's work from SM Entertainment.
What? Yo. Oh my gosh. I'm blessed to have parents the way that they were with me, because like so many parents that I've heard with stories around this, like a lot of parents are just dirtbags, bro.
Not only is her mom spending all of Sully's money, but she's spending all of her future money. Allegedly, their relationship was never the same after that. In her diary, Sully does speak very highly of Cheja, though, her ex-boyfriend, the rapper that was 14 years older than her, and the relationship made a lot of people turn on her at the time, which I have very complicated feelings about massive age gap relationships, especially when the person that's younger is so close to the legal age limit. But a lot of people turned it on her, which is weird. I just didn't expect that. Usually it's on the older person because they bear more responsibility. They're the one with the power imbalance, right? But I think with this situation, it's kind of hard to really hate him because just the way she speaks about him. She writes in her diary, "Today I went to the nail salon with Cheja." She uses his real name, Oppa. "I'm happy because I feel like we found something else we can do together. I just don't need anything or anyone else. No matter what happens later or what people say, I'm really happy right now. I'm so happy that I don't want to miss any of the emotions that I'm feeling. I want to remember all of them, and I want to feel even the smallest things. He really is such a precious person to me. I cherish everything about him. How can someone be so pure and kind and not calculative and smart and wise and trustworthy and warm? I mean, it's impossible not to love him. He really is precious. He'll probably be the most precious person to me for the rest of my life. I'm happy and I'm so blessed to have met him. I think this is happiness."
Back in 2022,
Oh my gosh.
About her opinions on the Korean entertainment industry as a whole, and she stated that idols should be treated like employees. They should have rights like other employees, and they should have a union for idols to keep them safe. She said, "From my perspective, people just don't see celebrities as humans. When I first entered the industry, and something people wouldn't stop telling me is, you are a product, and you must be the best product with the best quality for the public." She said, "Even the ones who don't tell you straight up that you're a product, they still treated me like one. I have to be something that they want. I have to fear losing my product quality." She said she was so overcome with exhaustion and pressure, she said she just started blaming herself. She states, "The only thing I could control was when I caused myself pain. So I blamed myself and I put myself down, and I think that was the only control I had. That's why it was so difficult. I never thought that the system was wrong. There's a movie, The Matrix, where they say, would you rather take the red pill and learn the truth and live a difficult life, or just live without knowing? I often think that had I lived without knowing, I would be living such a happy life." And a lot of new information starts coming to light after Sully's death. Sully once filed a criminal complaint against someone that just kept writing malicious, hateful comments about her nonstop. The police tracked the commenter down, found out that she was an attendee, she was a student at a prestigious university, and was the same age as Sully. Sully, from the goodness of her heart, dropped the charges because she said if she continued, she would graduate and she would have a really hard time finding a job. Later, the university student wrote a very long letter to Sully apologizing, stating she was very sorry that she commented, and she didn't think it was such a big deal at the time because Sully probably wouldn't even see it. She was just stressed at the world and her own life, and she took it out on Sully. Sully's whole message was, you don't have to do what she does. You don't even have to like.
Hey, finally you made it. Finally. We about halfway.
Like what she does, but she said, "I just wish we could all treat people with more kindness when talking to others. Everyone wants to be treated kindly, to the point where even victims are told to be kind and nice. People always want others to speak with more kindness to themselves." And speaking of college, university, Sully had a few bucket list items. Remember scuba diving? Mm-hmm. She had aquaphobia from a bullying incident. So she went scuba diving. And another huge bucket list item was going to university. In an interview, she said,
"Yes, finally you made it.
Of the 24 years I've lived, the thing I regret most is not having attended college. I've always wanted to go, but I couldn't. I'll definitely go even if it's later on in life." Sully was in college. And I think that says a lot about Sully, but her classmates really liked her and they respected her a lot. They admired that she just wanted to be there to learn, so everybody kept it a secret. News never leaked that she was in attendance at that college. Nobody knew which classes she was taking. Classmates agreed to respect her privacy and space. They never took pictures, they didn't ask for autographs, they never told their friends that Sully was in their classes. In fact, other than people in her specific class, nobody even knew that she was on campus. Yeah. All the classmates tried their best to treat Sully as just another college girl because that's what she wanted. One of her classmates wrote after her death, "Dearest Sully, the campus is starting to be colored with autumn foliage now. I wish you were here to see it. I hope you at least took with...
See, this is what's so irritating to me. Is like, people don't care until you die. Why do you think more artists make more money than they've ever seen when they're dead? It's so stupid. Like, it's so dumb.
With you the memories you made on our campus last semester. It is more than enough to us if you found any happiness at our school. Wherever you are, love and be loved to your heart's desire. We love you, Sully. Please be happy. October 15th, 2019, the day after Sully's death, Ku Hara starts an Instagram live stream where she seems emotionally unstable and incredibly distraught. She starts crying. Sully, I'm so sorry. Onni is in Japan right now and I can't go back. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry that I can only say goodbye to you in this way. I'm really sorry.
Do you like having a P.O. box but are
Terrible.
In that world, do whatever you want to do and be happy. And Onni will keep working and live. And everyone, I'm okay. Sully and I were like really close sisters and I just wanted to say goodbye to Sully. And so I opened up a live and I'm sorry. Please just don't worry about me. I'm sorry, Sully. Goodbye.
묶어서 미안해. 이렇게밖에 인사할 수밖에 없는 게 너무 미안해. 하고 싶은 대로 잘 지내.
A lot of people rallied to Ku Hara's side and tried to comfort her. But there were still a small group of people that left some crazy comments like, wow, you're really trying to use your friend's death to gain popularity. I mean, the whole live stream, her eyes are so swollen. Even when she's talking, it's so clear. It seems like she just didn't have someone to talk to. She's rubbing her hands together, trying to self-soothe. She's comforting herself. They accuse her of trying to use her friend's death to gain sympathy. Reporter Kang, the one that Ku Hara had reached out to earlier to help with Burning Sun, she reaches out to Ku Hara. Hara, you're such a brave woman and you're very admirable. I want you to be happy. Hara texts her back. Hello, I'm okay. Yes, I will stay strong and work hard. Ku Hara will have one last live stream. She's in a hotel room and taking from context, it must be really late at night. Late enough that some people are either waking up at that hour, but Ku Hara explains she just kept waking up. Beginning of the live stream, she's responding to comments and she's speaking Japanese, Korean, and English, which is honestly crazy. But there's a few alarming things from the live stream. And it's likely hindsight, but it seems that her eyes are glazed over. Not like she's doing drugs, but just she doesn't seem fully present. And of course, it could be the fact that she just woke up from sleep. I don't know. And there's again a really heartbreaking part of the live stream. And this could be hindsight again. Towards the end of the live, she gets up and she starts dancing to the music. And I'm sure it's hindsight, but a lot of netizens have pointed out there is almost this like innocence to the way she's dancing. It almost feels like a little girl in her bedroom pretending she's an idol, pretending like she's on stage, practicing her dance moves. Early in October, Ku Hara does fly to attend Sully's memorial service, but immediately has to go back to Japan for her work. Then November 22nd, 2019, she comes back home to South Korea. She posts a picture of herself laying in bed with the caption, "Good night." It would later come out that on her private Instagram, she posted a black screen with just the words, "I'm scared." November 24th, 2019, Ku Hara's brother, who didn't see any of these posts, would get a call from Ku Hara's housekeeper. She's crying, said that she came to the apartment and Ku Hara had self-exited. He starts screaming, get her down, but the housekeeper cries to him, the police have arrived, but they won't let me take her down. They say that they're investigating, indicating she is already likely long past. Ku Hara was found dead in her home, November 24th, 2019. The same Ku Hara that nobody knew had been such a pivotal part in the Burning Sun investigation. I mean, even after everything that she went through and her first verified public self-exit attempt, she still wanted to help. She wanted to help expose Burning Sun. She wanted to help find the corrupt police official. She even helped animals. She spent a lot of her time volunteering with animals. She would spend time at shelters just scooping away at piles of poop. She's not even doing like the pretty, I volunteered at a shelter work. She's out there doing it all. The shelter owners remember Hara constantly asking them, how can I help? How can I help? Just tell me how I can help. She just wanted to help. And basically everybody failed her. Nobody helped her. Even the judge that was presiding over CJ's case, remember Ku Hara's ex-boyfriend's trial, right? The one with the blackmail. There was this whole trial in 2019 while she was alive, and the judge presiding over the case, he starts doing some really questionable things. He tells the court that in order to come to an informed decision on the case, the videos need to be viewed in court. The videos of Ku Hara in an intimate position.
What?
To make
Why?
sure that she did not consent to the videos being taken.
Excuse the hell out of me? What? Like sometimes, like when things get sad, I'm just taken so far back. Like these types of things, you can't prepare for. It just happens in like your reaction. That's it. I can't even properly just process that.
Basically stating
That's
he needs to
crazy.
see for himself. But that would require playing the video in the courtroom. Ku Hara's attorney firmly rejected, saying no matter how private the courtroom may be, it is unacceptable for the video to be replayed in public. That would be the second offense to Ku Hara.
That is crazy that they're suggesting that.
The judge changed his mind and stated, you know what, I agree, which is why I want to watch the video alone in my chambers.
That's weird. In your chambers? Is that how they call a room? Chambers? Chambers?
Side note, not everyone in the legal community backed up the judge. You would think if he's demanding such a thing, maybe it is the only way, legally speaking, according to the code of the law that I'm not familiar with. Maybe he has a reason, because why would he do something so unhinged? A judge should know what he's doing is right? And making sure all of the parameters are ethical. A lot of people in the legal community spoke out against the judge, stating that even if he doesn't see the video, he should have no trouble determining CJ's sentence. Does it matter if she consented to the video or not? He threatened to destroy her life with it.
Exactly.
Despite all objections, the judge viewed the video alone in his chambers, and after the judge watched it, Ku Hara had to privately testify to the judge alone in his chambers for 2 hours.
Doesn't that sound like some weird, like, casting couch situation? Like, this dude privately watched the video. This dude probably bust out some lotion, was just like, yeah. And then he wanted her to privately apologize for 2 hours? Bro. What is this? What are we actually listening to right now? What are we really watching right now? Diabolical. Evil people, bro.
Judge or not, just think about that. I mean, this is a man. This is a male judge. Just think about, again, the re-traumatization that likely Ku Hara faced. I don't even know if it's something that could be measured. She did everything she could to make sure nobody would see that video. She got down on her knees. And ultimately, the justice system allowed another man, another guy, to watch the video without her explicit consent. Reporter Kang would later say about the CCTV footage of Hara on her knees begging her ex-boyfriend not to release the videos. She said seeing such a massive K-pop star kneeling before a man and begging him not to expose her to the press, it made my heart break. She was so desperate, and as a woman, I understood how she felt. And all for what? After watching the video, after listening to her testimony in private for 2 hours, the judge stated the content in CJ's possession cannot be said to have been taken against her will, even though she did not expressly consent to them. If she didn't expressly consent to them, she didn't consent to them.
So could she have asked for a different judge? Maybe, but but you also have to know if you can, and I'm not sure what the courts of law are out there in Korea either. Sounds like a predator. Yeah, get Chris Hansen on him. Freaking weirdo. But Dayline NBC, we got you.
What do you, there is no maybe, it's a yes or no. Consent is not like a maybe it's a yes, maybe it's a no. It's a yes or no. But the court argued that Hara knew about these videos and photos before the blackmailing incident. When she found out that he had taken them without her knowing, she didn't immediately delete them. So technically she consented after the fact, is how they phrase it. That's what the court is arguing, which I think is a really good argument if you just had a lobotomy. Because what are you even saying right now? That doesn't even make sense. Ku Hara was on her knees begging so that nobody would see it, and he still watched it. After this incident, people started making memes of the Burning Sun guys holding up finger hearts with words that read, "Judges, we love you all." Which, side note, this is a massive side note and rumor, heavy emphasis on the word rumor. These aren't even really allegations. I would literally call them rumors, just whispers on the internet by unverified sources and netizens. But there is a rumor that the prosecutors in South Korea and probably in America and anywhere else have a large digital collection of unreleased celebrity intimate videos.
Like I said, there's people at higher ups that just, they're evil people. And they control what really goes on. Like, you think you can trust X person, right? Just because they have the authority, they're the law, they're the whatever, management, whoever you work with, you can't trust anybody, man. To think that somebody has your back and they are, and I, although this is rumored, I believe that. Just the same way as, I mean, this is the Burning Sun, right? K-pop idols, whatever artists, they had their own group chat where they were sharing explicit videos of giving chicks drugs or drugging chicks and sexually assaulting them in a group chat. So why would you figure it's different for judges to be the same? Because remember, the same K-pop artists are the same people that had like higher ups in the police force being able to like dismiss cases and dismiss this, that, and the third so they could get out scot-free. This is not a huge thought process to be like, I gotta think about it, do some more research. I guarantee you, I got a pinky promise that that's what goes on in the back. Yeah, my head hurts too because this is getting my blood pressure up. Completely insane. Like, this is like something you can't even have in like normal conversation. Be like, oh, did you hear about XYZ? Like, this is something that you gotta like know, research, and have, you know, valid evidence for to be able to have an outward expressing conversation about this type of stuff, because a lot of this sounds wildly unbelievable to the average human being.
Which makes sense because a lot of the times they would have to be taken into evidence if someone is accused of filming someone without their consent. But the massive rumor, not truth, but rumor, is that the prosecutors will sometimes show a new prosecutor the collection as part of some sick welcome ceremony.
What?
That's occultic vibes. I'm talking about the occult. That is something that they do in like you know anything about masonry, anything about like secret societies, cults, that's things that they be doing. I should definitely do like a live segment on the occult and everything like that, because a lot of things that they be doing is the same things that what is it called in college when they join fraternities. Fraternities have cultic values. Same thing. Where you get initiated, you have to do these things, and then you have secrets that you can't tell them that you did some wild stuff just to get in, and then you have a brotherhood, sisterhood, whatever, like crazy stuff. Like that's occultic things that they do, and this doesn't strike me odd. It's just like, I knew it.
Again, this is just a netizen rumor. There is no proof of this, but the whole situation with the judge kind of dug up this rumor all over again, if only momentarily. But the judge is not the only one not protecting Ku Hara. Another notable individual was a professor named Chu Chul-hwan. He had brought up Ku Hara's passing in one of his lectures, and he claimed to his class that Ku Hara died because she didn't have a strong enough mentality to withstand malicious comments. He said, you end up like her if you don't have a strong mind. Why do you think people curse at others and hate comment them? It's all an inferiority complex. Why would you make such an extreme choice because of them? You don't need to do that. You need to have a strong mentality. He also stated if Ku Hara had come to him for advice, she would not have self-exited. He said if Ku Hara met me, she would have never died. I would have changed her.
Wait, who is this?
A professor at a university.
Why is he commenting on this?
Nobody knows. Why is he even talking? Nobody knows.
But this was shared.
All the students were so pissed. They shared it online. She would have never died. I would have changed her. She was too weak, and she just cared too much about what others think about her. I'm sorry, read the room. The last thing she needs, or any of these female idols need, is another obnoxious, thinks he's better than anyone, smarter than anyone, man to be involved in their lives. What's crazy is he received maybe 1%, not even 1%, of the hate that Ku Hara received on a daily basis, but he received it for good reason after this became public, for saying these insane things about her, and he would apologize, and he seemed overwhelmed by the hate. So
that's called that's like the fake white knight in the comments that you'll see oh so often in chicks videos or pictures or whatever. It'd be like, hey guys, I do something that like. That's the fake white knight, but the one that is a psychopath and likes to control everything. The one's like, oh, you can't talk to these people. Oh, you have guy friends? Oh, no, you can't do it. Like, he sounds like that. He's a freaking weirdo, yo. When you can't read the room, like simple stuff. When you can't read the room, you're like socially detached from reality and like, why would you say that like out loud? The Omega case, is that one that I've covered? Because I know that we've been through quite a few documentaries and crime stuff. I'm not sure if I remember covering that one or not.
no, you should just have a stronger mentality and stop caring about.
Okay, because it didn't ring any bells, but yeah, I don't. The narcissistic personality we talked about earlier. Yeah, exactly. That encompasses like not being socially aware. It's recent. I'm gonna have to look into that one. I'm into recent cases. I like those.
What people think about you. He also defended the ex-boyfriend.
And I also appreciate everybody for being here. We're all keeping each other company through this ridiculous bullcrap that we're listening to. So we're enjoying the suck together. We're not doing this alone. Yeah, I'm gonna have to look into that Omega case for sure.
Friend CJ saying that he made one mistake.
No.
Yep. Yeah. He continues,
Wow.
what if student A made a mistake in high school and filmed a slightly erotic video and we all saw it? Why should anybody die? If it were me, I would have said, so what? So what if others see it? What's wrong with my body? You need to have a strong mentality like that. Why should you choose to die just because someone saw your embarrassing side? What good is that to anybody?
Is he fired or no?
I don't think so. He would later try to excuse the whole lecture by saying that he was trying to teach freshmen how to self-love. I just feel like every man in this story is like a caricature of a villain. I don't even know, like, why are they doing this? Why are they doing this? It's not most cases. Like, this case is just particularly every single man that has come up in this case. I'm like,
I had to take off my do-rag just because my head was just, oh my gosh, with this. It feels like my head swelled up like another 2 inches of blood going through my head right now because it's just. I think my brain is like reaching a limit to where it's just like, cause I'm a pretty logical person, and when I hear things that are just stupid, I just like my brain function is just not. It has a wall, a ceiling, where it's just like we're capped out of all the stupid stuff that you're hearing right now. Just like, you know, like a social battery. My social battery is low. I got like a nice little 30-45% of social battery like actually being out. Now I gotta head inside. But my battery for this one is capping out. You said the Omega case is about a K-pop group that was being abused by the CEO. People recorded some of the abuse while they were here in the U.S. for a tour, and that it went viral. The company legit left them here and went back to Korea. What? Yeah, you definitely got to check logic out the door. It's just like, got to know what you're getting into, and a lot of it is buffoonery. So it's more so like taking in information and not doing the logical side as far as like, what is the better avenue? It's like, because all the research has been done technically and all the information and everything else, but it's just, I don't know. They had to call her family to borrow money to get back to Korea, then sued the company. Well, that's good. I'm like, did they win? I hope they won.
please just shut up, because what are you doing? Maybe there's been a few redeeming men in this whole story, and that's it. Like, what they're doing, it's so bad. Why would he even talk about her? The judge, the professor, these are all people in power with influence and experience that could have protected Ku Hara and teach future generations about the law and how it's unacceptable to do what CJ did. But instead they excused him. People remember how hard Hara trained to be an idol. She was balancing idol training, school. She did this when she was 14. She said once, I went to classes even when I was sick and I had nosebleeds. If I didn't practice, I would start getting anxious. In the beginning, it was really hard to adjust. People told me to quit, but I got anxious thinking about, what if I spend the rest of my life not becoming what I want to do? So I worked hard. I fainted a few times from exhaustion, but I couldn't let that stop me. At the time, a lot of Hara's bullies online would say that she doesn't care, she has no talent, she's boy obsessed, she doesn't care about her future, what the world thinks about her. They called her a train wreck. I feel like in their sick minds, they justified that as a reason on leaving some of the most heinous comments you could think of. Clearly, she doesn't care, so it doesn't bother her, obviously. But that's just so not true. Some of Hara's older brother's memories are from when she was first debuted. She was rewatching her KBS Music Bank performance with her group Kara. And at the end, she accidentally slipped on some of the falling confetti and she briefly gasped, "Ah!" as she fell.
This AI tool will take your idea and
He said yes, they were able to cancel their contract and they started their own company, but it was so bad they went through a lot. And he said that it was recent this year, it like finalized or recent, like, I mean, it's recent, so I would figure it's like maybe within 2 or 3 years or something. But that's good that they won. I'm happy about that. Because, man, what? Whoops.
It showed how human and natural she is. And I mean, all the fans online were talking about how the confetti do be a little dangerous and they were cheering her on. But Hara was always her biggest critic. She was in tears watching it. She was sobbing about her mistake and how she could have done better. She should have known better. She should have done better. This is the same woman who in 2013, Kara was touring in Japan, and after performing several stages in one day, she collapsed on stage. She had to be carried off the stage. She was given aid, and she forced herself back on the stage before the concert ended. When the concert ended, she was immediately rushed to the hospital, and she was back to performing the very next day, an entire set. You would think that netizens at the time would have a lot of respect and praise for her dedication for her work, but this is what was being said online. The top comment on that article, that has over 6,000 likes, reads, "Kara faints during Radio Star after Hara throws water bottle." Because remember, she threw a water bottle on the Radio Star show.
Oh, yeah.
Wait, how is that related to this?
It's not. They're just saying, like, a better headline would be, "She faints after throwing a water bottle," because she was known for throwing a water bottle. Another few read, "Should have been more careful. Maybe she tripped on the water bottles that she threw." That's what happens when you starve yourself to diet. Just eat food and stop being so vain. Hara said one of her favorite quotes was, "Smiling through the times you're tired and giving your best at work." The day after Ku Hara's death, a lot of idols were on their way to Vietnam for the Asia Artist Awards. A lot of them were seen wearing all black, likely out of respect for Ku Hara. Idols went on to social media to pay tribute to Hara, and a lot of groups even rescheduled their comebacks and listening parties. One that stood out was an Instagram post of somebody who knew her since she was a child. And it reads, "Our Annie was famous ever since I was in elementary school. I once went to a dance academy with a friend, and when my friend pointed at Annie, Ku Hara, I looked and I saw this pretty and very skinny girl in loose clothing sweating buckets as she danced with all her energy. I couldn't see anybody else in that dance studio but her." Would people know now that young and small child practiced so hard to the point of...
Late. Okay. Okay, so about a year and a half. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and definitely check that out.
breaking her body to get where she was? It was later revealed that Ku Hara's diary was found, and I'm assuming with the approval of her family, snippets of her diary were released on JTBC. One diary entry just reads, "It's all right, it's all right, it's all right, Hara, it's all right, it's all right, it's all right." Another one reads, "Hara, it's all right, it doesn't hurt, it's all right." Another one reads, "It's all right, it doesn't hurt, it doesn't hurt, it'll pass, it's all right. God, please forgive me. God, Jesus Father, wise God, please watch over my disappointing self one more time. By your nourishing power, thank you for comforting me. Thank you." She also wrote about how she being sensitive was the cause of her own unhappiness. She felt like she had this gaping hole in her life from not having her mom, but she needs to focus on being more happy in the future. She writes, "What you say, what you think, it comes true and is put into practice. I have to protect myself first, and I know myself very well. But I'm more desperate than anyone, and I want to feel. More than anyone, I can hurt. I guess I deserve to hurt." One entry that stands out is Ku Hara writes about being allowed to be loved. She writes, "Is my existence bothersome? Who am I? What should I do? I wonder who I am and if I'm allowed to be loved. Am I someone that can be loved? Do I need to be loved?" There is a comment under the BBC documentary that I think,
like, obviously never been in this type of situation. I could only imagine like the influx of like all the comments and everything that she has to go through daily, as well as like trying to do your job well and then take care of yourself and the people you love. But usually if you're a servant of many people and trying to make sure everybody else is good, you're the last person on the chopping block to make sure that you're good. Ultimately, it's a retaliation on yourself to try to make everybody else good while you're low-key dying slowly for the sake of others that either take it for granted or don't care. And it's usually the people that try to take care of everybody else that everybody else doesn't seem that like that they have to make sure that they're okay or check in with them and to know that they're loved. That's why I tell my friends all the time, anybody that's around me, I tell them that I love them. Because I've had a lot of people die in my family, friends, things of that nature. And I've had some situations close to this as far as like self-exiting situations. And I know this so deeply that like you want to check in with people. Even if you haven't spoke to them in months or whatever the case, just be like, "I've been thinking about you and I hope you're doing well." Like, it could be that simple. It could change somebody's life.
I think sums up most of our feelings about this case. And it reads, "I think really if there is such a thing as hell, we are living in it. The innocent die early and evil men live long lives until they start on walls." Speaking of, small side note, after Ku Hara's death, one of CJ's friends, so her ex-boyfriend that tried to ruin her career by releasing revenge videos of her, his friend posted online, "CJ is having a difficult time ever since the controversy about the assault and the revenge videos. After he heard about Ku Hara's passing, he hasn't been coping well. Everything related to her is a very sensitive situation for him, so the colleagues are deciding not to talk about it. It's difficult for me to tell you anything more." What?
Wow.
In 2020, Seungri pleads guilty and is sentenced to 18 months in prison. Choi gets 2.6 years, JJY is sentenced to 5 years, and by now, they're all free. Choi, the former friend of Hara, is the one that she was able to convince to give up the name of the police official. He was part of the band FT Island. He was one of the first released. He's also the one that was filmed at church. Do you remember that in episode 1?
Yeah,
when he gets out?
This is when his mom came and saved him. Crazy.
Reporters find him in the church parking lot, to which his mom starts screaming at the reporters, defending her son, essentially saying, "God already forgave my baby boy, so who is the world to judge him?"
Look, if I know anything about moms, like, they will be the one to testify in court that their son or daughter didn't do anything. Even though that they like slaughtered 500,000 people, and they'd be like, "Nah, they're the most loving person and would never hurt a fly." You'll always have that one person, at least one person, and usually your mom. So, yeah.
엄마,
엄마.
기자분들이 오셨는데 막 인터뷰 하시네?
아니 그걸 물어봐요. 가요.
He really sucked his mom on the reporter, like Ash Ketchum. I choose you, mommy.
That guy, he's trying to make a comeback in the industry. He joined FannyCon, a Japanese fan community platform. It appears to have kind of a subscription-based model. So if fans want, they can pay and join a celebrity's channel and get more intimate updates. Kind of like a Patreon, I imagine. And he wrote, "Greetings after 5 years. How are you? I received strength from each and every one of you, and I was able to gather the strength to appear in front of you now. Thank you so much. I hope I can communicate with my fandom here. I want to show you everything about me, including what I want to do with my future and my personal life. I will try to create a bright future with everyone. So please support me. Thank you very much." This man was charged with gang R-wording someone, and he has the backbone to be like, "Please support me. I want to create a bright future."
If you've been getting scam texts, like,
I don't understand, like, look, all right, so I believe in forgiveness. I believe in God, Jesus Christ, all that kind of stuff, right? But you got to know the law of the land. Like, you can't just wrong people in the most heinous way and expect people to just roll over. You know what I'm saying? Like, God forgave you, but that don't mean everybody else did. You know what I'm saying? Like, know the law of the land. Know of what situation you're really in, what you put yourself in. Like, you live by the sword, you die by the sword. There's consequences, cause and effect. This is science, bro. Like, what are we... Bro, just go ghosts and don't mention anything about nothing. You know what I'm saying? If I ever did anything like that, my mom is... Oh, yeah, your mom would be the one you'd be most scared of. I was terrified of my dad growing up. My dad would... Yeah, my dad is definitely the same way. He would just simply be able to give me a look, and that was it. Like, as a kid growing up, because my dad was strict. Oh my gosh. My dad was strict. I'm talking about... Look, I appreciate my dad being strict, because if it wasn't for my dad, I would either be dead in jail or doing the wrong thing. I promise you that. Like, there'd be unhinged moments of me. Facts. So I'm very appreciative that my dad was strict on me. I got spankings, but the funny thing is, what I deeply respect about my dad, and even when he gave spankings, wasn't the fact that the harshest thing about the whole thing within a spanking was never the spanking itself. It was because after he spanked me, then he'd tell me that he loved me, and then told me to give him a hug. That was the most hurtful thing ever. I was like, yo. But the most, like, responsible and mature thing that my dad ever said and ever told me, and I've always had that on my head, on my mind, was that my dad was like, I will never spank you out of anger. Like, I will never... There'll be never a time like you do something and I'm going to be reactive out of anger and then spank you. It was because it's just like if you go to court, you know why you're going to court. You know what I mean? So he's going to be like, you're going to understand why you're getting this spanking. And because you've done X, Y, Z when I told you not to, this is why you're getting a spanking. It's not because I'm mad. It's because you keep doing the wrong thing and you're not learning from you doing the wrong thing. So now I have to give you a spanking, because it doesn't seem like anything else is working. So this is why we're getting it. Like, it was like that. You know what I'm saying? So I respect my dad heavily for that. Because I know it's different in a lot of families. Because spankings weren't spankings. It was literally just like, you're getting beat. If my dad decided to beat me, I'd die. My dad is not a small person. You say you never make it to court. She'd bury me. See, the thing is, so I have an older brother, and he had gotten in trouble by like acting like he was gonna run away. And my dad said, "Yeah, go ahead, run away." And he called the cops on him for running away, not because he wanted him back, but because he wanted him to feel what it felt like to go to jail if you keep doing the wrong thing. So my dad didn't go get him. He made because the cop came back to bring him home. He said like, "Nah, make him stay overnight in prison." You know what I'm saying? Like, however long you need to. And it was the weekend. So on the weekend, guess what? You can't come and just. So it was funny. So my dad literally let my brother stay in jail. You know what I'm saying? And guess what? He got right quick, because being behind them 4 cement walls and the bars, hey, bro. It is not for somebody that is purposeful. And guess what? My older brother straightened up real quick, became heavily academic, a straight A student, didn't get into no kinds of trouble, made all kinds of friends. You know what I'm saying? He did the right thing. So, hey, drastic times comes for drastic measures. You know what I'm saying? So it really comes down to how your family really raises you. Spankings was my dad's way of showing love. I can say he loved us extremely. Yeah, honestly, like as funny as it sounds, like that's the God honest truth. Because in Scripture it talks about like true love is discipline, and not like discipline as in punishment, but discipline as in structure. You know what I mean? And structure is simply to protect you from not going on the wrong path, and having that cognitive dissonance from or cognitive awareness of knowing right from wrong, and being able to choose what path you want to go. Because some people just go about life just going and not knowing which way they're going, they just going. But understanding that you have structure, you have morals, you have guidance, you have understanding, wisdom, knowledge, and then being able to apply it, that's what discipline is. You know what I'm saying? So, look, at the end of the day, my kids are going to be squared away. And I'm glad that my dad did what he had to do. Wasn't all great, you know what I mean? But it wasn't all great. But he did the best with what he had. And I could say that my parents are still together to this day. So I had a great representation as far as what a marriage looks like, and what it really looks like to thug it out, regardless of any conflict or anything that goes on during a marriage, life, family. So shout out to my moms and dads. Love them. Your dad used Scripture too? Yep. Shout out to Dad. You heard that a lot. Yep. Hey, shout out to the family. Because even to this day, people be like, "Oh, you're so polite." I'm like, thank my parents, bro. Like, this is not that. Like, I appreciate you telling me that, but I'm like, you gotta thank my parents. I get the no sir, yes sir, no ma'am, yes ma'am, opening up doors and all, because it is like a natural reaction. Because I used to get spanked for not opening up the door for my mom, and it's funny because my fiance, I do not allow her to open the door on her own. I'm just like, at any cost, my dad could come out of nowhere and I get spanked. I ain't trying to get spanked, bro. What? I'm a grown man. Guess what? I'll still flinch. What the hell? Which sounds harsh, but thinking back to the stuff I did was pretty accurate. I'm saying, yeah, PTSD for sure. That belt clanking. Oh boy, I get right, because my dad, with every teacher that I had growing up, he was just like, he has to sit in the front of class. This is my email. This is my phone number. This is emergency contact. tell me, like, when he's getting homework, tell me if he messing up, tell me everything. All of it. All of it. So, look, yeah, I had zero wiggle, zero. And mind you, my dad was also my boxing coach. My dad did not play. Military family, the whole nine. The whole nine. I ain't even, what? Play. Ooh, my dad hated the word play, video games, anything. But I was still, my mom was able to, let us play the games and stuff. She regrets it now, but hey, shout out to mom. Biggest thing I learned as a kid, manners. Yeah, manners do matter. Even though a lot of people nowadays are just like, don't call me ma'am. You make me feel old. I'm like, that sounds like a personal problem, but I'm respecting you the best way I possibly can, and you're not going to tell me how I'm going to respect you because I got spankings for it. And if you want those spankings, go ahead. But I am going to say yes, ma'am, and no, ma'am. Period. That's what I know. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day. Funny because my parents were on time when school called for something bad, yet they never made it on time to any award ceremonies. Oh, that's kind of sad. I ain't gonna lie to you, but my parents, they really made the effort to really not miss games unless if like they really had to like do some work. Like they barely missed a game together. And even if it was either my mom or my dad, like they were able to be at games, practices, and stuff like that for the most part. Like they were really involved, and I can't help but appreciate that. And I want to do the same, if not better, for my offspring as well. So shout out to the parents. Shout out to the parents. Ma'am and sir are terms of respect. I even address kids. I say that too. And honestly, that's what a lot of kids do respect, is that you, like, because when you talk to children or you mentor children, or because I'm a boxing coach as well. And when I mentor children, and I like to know that the kids are just like, you're my favorite. I get that a lot. Not trying to flex, but I am. But I say sir and ma'am to them because that's what they're growing up into. If you talk to them like a kid, they're going to talk to you back like a kid. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, it's respecting them as well, eye level, and understanding that yes, they are a child, but they are also smart, and they're also growing, and they're also wanting and seeking guidance, even if they don't tell you that. But if you're able to take their best interests and they know that. So how I teach a child, especially when it comes to boxing, is like, I won't just be like, all right, this is how you do it. That's not teaching. That's just show and tell. So I'd be like, okay, this is what you're supposed to do, this, and this. And then I'll ask them, I'm like, how are you supposed to do that? They'll be like, this, and this. I'm like, okay, then why is it effective if you did this, and this? Then they would have to explain it back. And then if they're, because some kids just say yes, that they understand, but have no understanding. Be like, why do you understand it? And why is it effective? And then they have to verbalize it back, because that's showing you the discipline that you care enough to be like, I want to make sure that you understand the concept, and then putting the intent behind it, and then the wisdom and application, so then it could become effective. Come on now, I have it down to a science. Kids love me. But anyways, back to the story.
Is released from prison, which, side note, his whole 5 years in prison were not bad at all. According to fellow inmates, they said he would receive packages of comic books from loyal fans, and he was generally just having a good time. In 2022, JJY met up with his connections in the music industry to tell them that he still wants a music career. He still wants to be behind the scenes now. He doesn't want to be a singer, but he wants to be a music producer. It's speculated that he's preparing to immigrate abroad and return to music. During the process of editing this video, on July 9th, JJY was spotted in a nightclub in France. He approached a group of women, introduced himself as June, and then asked for their IG handles. Later, there was a friend who was with JJY, and he went around telling all these girls in the club that JJY is a famous singer from South Korea, and he's planning on opening up a Korean restaurant in France. There is a literal video of this man in the club, standing in front of a woman, dancing on her, and he's spotted kissing multiple different women, making out with multiple different women. He has this whole new backstory where he states he's June from Boston, he's a music composer, and he wants to open up a restaurant in France. So now that all this new information has leaked about him and his little whereabouts, he has gone private on all of his socials, and he's even stated, all I did was ask people to be friends with me, and I'm just so
I always see it as a red flag when I see a guy saying, I just want to be friends. What are you talking about? What are you really talking about, sir? Like, the just friends thing is so weird to me. Not saying that guys and girls can't be friends. But when you make that like your go-to as the reason why you seem creepy or whatever the heck you're doing, be like, just want to be friends. I'm just trying to make friends. Do they all have to be girls? Hey, just speculation.
disappointed. So someone who knows June from Boston, aka JJY, stated, yeah, 5 years in prison did absolutely nothing. He is the same. And he,
like I said, I gotta thank my parents. Gotta thank my parents. That's it. Thank God for my parents.
has no plans on leaving the music industry. Seungri has been spotted here and there going clubbing. It would later come out that right after he got out of prison, he was trying to call up his friends to see if they wanted to go clubbing with him. One acquaintance who is said to have been close said, he called me after he got out of prison and asked me how I was doing. His voice was calmer, but other than that, it didn't seem like he changed much. Another alleged friend stated, he's living his day-to-day life with a pretty bright attitude. There were talks that Seungri was trying to get back into the clubbing business, and the first rumor was that he was trying to open up a club in Hong Kong. He was spotted socializing in Hong Kong. A few Hong Kong netizens stated that they heard through the grapevine he's permanently living in Hong Kong. It got to the point where the government had to come out and say, we didn't give this guy a visa through our talent acquisition program, but if he's getting a visa through other ways, we wouldn't know. So like the government would know, but they wouldn't release it to us.
I see.
So I guess there's multiple ways to get a visa. You could go and I guess marry someone. You could try to apply for different types of visas. But the one that netizens speculated he had was Hong Kong would invite overseas nationals to live and start businesses in Hong Kong.
Yeah, a club is not where you find friends. Oh my gosh, this just reminded me my dating days, right? Whenever I would talk to girls I'd match with on these dating sites, and they're like, I'm looking for friends. I'm like, where? This is a dating site. What are you talking about? Like, you know the stigma of, like, dating. Like, what do you... I'm telling you, oh my gosh, people are just in the head.
Then you'd get a long-term visa.
In Hong Kong side, we did not do that.
Yeah, they're like, please, no.
And yes, people fall for that. Like, guys being like, I just want to be friends.
Oh, yeah. The next rumor was that he was going to open up a club in Cambodia where he does have fans that are willing to come to fan meets. I will say from what I can tell, most Cambodians hate him, but there are a select group of people, just like everywhere else, that support him. He held a fan meet recently where he promised on stage to...
You said they opened a club few blocks away from Burning Sun with the same stuff, and that's not sus. Yeah. Why are they allowing that? Like, why are the people allowing that? That's my question. I would want to investigate the people that are allowing the bullcrap. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
To bring G-Dragon, which ended up going viral and pissing off former Big Bang fans who supported other members because it's just weird. Why are you bringing him into it? It doesn't even seem like they're friendly. He was also promoting Big Bang merchandise, which is very interesting. He also gave this speech on stage in Cambodia, and this speech has somewhat gone viral. He's gripping the mic with all of his strength. He's in a 3-piece suit. He looks like an uncle at a wedding. All eyes are on him.
Yeah, he looks like a drunk uncle that thought he was able to talk on the mic when nobody gave him the mic. He just took it. Yeah, like, why are you up there, bro?
And he screams,
You know what I'm saying? I'm going to Cambodia to my friend. My friend told me, dude, isn't that the countries are dangerous? You Cambodians are
He really thinks he's saying something right now. Like, he really thinks he's spitting. Like, look at the body language. He really thinks he's spitting right now. Look at him. Freaking weenie.
What I'm saying, I'm going to Cambodia to my friend. My friend told me, dude, isn't that the countries are dangerous? You Cambodians are Now I can say to my friend, fuck you all.
Why did DJ do that, bro?
And I said, shut up and try to come here and see what happened in Cambodia. This the greatest country in Asia.
and he's like, puffing out his chest like an angry peacock. I mean, it's just, okay, taking out the morality of supporting a guy like this, just vibes-wise, this is your man. He's getting off on this attention, and he just keeps going. And I said, shut up, and come here and see what is happening in Cambodia.
I said, what is that? Said they're not sure who. All the same staff is called Eclipse, I think. That's unreal, but imagine they have VIPs higher up who pulled strings, which is even scarier. Yeah, it's always the higher ups. The weirdo wealthy groups around the world that control most of the things that go about in social media war, such like that have the power to really do as what they please.
This is the greatest country in Asia. People say that he has a Donald Trump accent.
Dog, I was going to say that, bro. It's not even the accent, it's the mannerisms and everything else like that. I was like, is he trying to mimic Donald Trump, or like what are you doing?
The hand holding the mic, he pumps his fist into the air in a victory position, and the crowd goes wild, honestly.
One day, bring the G-Dragon to here.
It looked like he was about to knock that.
The crowd goes wild, honestly.
One day, bring the
I think he was about to. He almost knocked over that cake.
G-Dragon to here.
Yep, he almost knocked it over. Settle down. They be allowing people to do anything, bro.
But a lot of people were really upset at this fan meet that it happened in the first place, but also because, like I said, he's stating that he's going to bring G-Dragon. It just doesn't seem like they like each other. Even when they were seen in the same group, it didn't seem like they liked Seungri. I mean, clips of the group have gone viral. This is back in the day, where on a talk show, one of the members, T.O.P., his fellow bandmate, states, "Oh, Seungri and I are complete opposites." He'll say things like, "Oh, this is how you make money." All he does is talk about money.
어느 순간부터 돈에 대한 포커스가 좀 많아진 것 같아.
T.O.P. continues, "I get very worried as an older member of the group. He has some good friends, but some of his friends, I get glimpses of them at concerts and they worry me. I get the feeling that they're by his side not because they like him, but because they like his title. The fact that Seungri plans to work with them very much worries me."
이렇게 어떻듯 이제 공연장에서 이제 스쳐지나 하면서 사람 인상을 보면은
Even on stage, there's a clip of Big Bang at a concert, and T.O.P. starts screaming, "After all, Big Bang is for people forever, forever, forever." The other three members put their hands in, like, you know, those athletic games, and they start chanting forever, forever, as a play on words, as in 1, 2, 3, 4. But Big Bang has 5 members, and the member not in the pile is Seungri.
무대에 내려오면 저희랑 같이 있질 않아요.
아, 워낙에 또 이제 일들이 많으셔서
네,
또
일이
사업도
하고 있는
많고
일이
파티도
많아가지고.
많고.
Instagram takes up too much.
That's funny. So meanwhile, G-Dragon doesn't even like him. Clearly. That's so weird. That's like little kid vibes, like in middle school, high school, like, "Oh yeah, that's my friend," but like you don't hang out with them and they don't like you at all. Like, why are you mentioning them? Just because you got peak E class and you guys are on the same team one time doesn't make you guys friends, bro. Relax.
Sight. The band members were over him. One straight up joked in an interview that Seungri, "Stop being a scammer or you're going to end up in jail." The way they talk
Wait, one person said that?
Yeah.
Wow.
And just the way they talk makes it seem like Seungri just lost all passion for music and just started doing shady businesses on the side. And I'm sure it's making them nervous because if something happens to him, which it did,
Yeah.
Big Bang in its entirety is in jeopardy. So it's not just impacting his life.
Yeah.
It's unclear if Seungri ever was or is still going to open up a club in either Hong Kong or Cambodia. But another allegation starts popping up and going viral. A netizen from China posts on Weibo, so the Chinese Twitter, that she was at a hot pot restaurant. Seungri happened to be sitting next to her with a table full of girls. And the viral post reads, "Someone had run into Seungri while he was having dinner with a few women. They overheard him telling the woman that he would to the beat of Big Bang's song, Fantastic Baby." It's really insane. Really, like, I wish he would just back to a jail cell. He really is like a fat uncle now. I'm laughing my head off at the conversations he was having with the girls the whole night while eating. Like, literally, he's gonna to the beat of Fantastic Baby. Fantastic Baby was released in 2012. This allegedly took place in 2024. The comments read under that post, "Can they take him back to jail for a lifetime, please?" And another depressing development in this case is, remember Ku Hara's first dating scandal? She was confirmed to have been dating a fellow idol, Young Junyoung.
Mm-hmm.
He was exposed to have received videos in a private chat room with just JJY, and it was stated that he made inappropriate comments about that explicit video. He was forced to withdraw from Highlight and went into his mandatory military enlistment. He was not legally punished, but he was labeled publicly as a bystander that did nothing. He wasn't part of the group chats, but again, like I said, he did receive a video, and he is now dating Hyuna, which is another massive K-pop idol. A lot of her fans are upset with her because, for one, she seemed somewhat close with Ku Hara, like they were all part of the same generation. People believe it's breaking girl code, and it just feels kind of icky. Some fans feel really betrayed by the fact that Hyuna was more of an idol that stood for female empowerment, and now she's dating someone that is very clearly not. One comment on the BBC documentary reads, "Some said this was released 5 years too late, but I firmly believe this dropped just in time, just when people were about to forgive and forget, just when these criminals were about to enjoy their lives again as if nothing happened. It's the right time to be reminded of how hideous this crime was." And like I said, all the men are free. One netizen comment reads, "Ku Hara was sexually violated, still helped Burning Sun get exposed, and still ended up dead. The Burning Sun guys are sex offenders, and they get a slap on the wrist, a kiss on their ass, and are living it up. And they still have fans. One supporter tweeted, "I still don't need anyone's permission or approval to support Seungri. If I have to, I will go through this journey with him alone. Even if I'm the last one on this planet and that you keep insulting and threatening me, I'm perfectly fine with it. At least you're not hurting him." I just want to say he's not going to pick you. I'm sorry. I mean, this is the same guy that has been sentenced to prison for organizing commercial sex services on 29 occasions in the span of 2 months.
Remember, like,
look, people are wildly detached from reality. Like these super fans that invest their whole being into somebody that doesn't know them is absolutely insane. Oh my gosh, you could do better. You could do better. I'll be praying for you. Not dating. They got engaged and are getting married soon. Well, that's definitely bigger than what's been said.
The first episode we did, he was like dating 2 women back to back.
Yes, and
taking them out to trips, giving them the same exact treatment.
Yes.
Back to back.
Back to back.
Like the amount of, they're living the best life.
Yeah. And they're not going to choose you. Like you could go to war for this man in my comments, in my emails, on Twitter, on your little self-published Medium articles. And
I do forget that she would get, flack for this. Like you have to actually imagine it because she's obviously just giving her opinions about factual evidence that correlate with the story, of course, but there's people that are actually mad at her for covering stories like this, and that's really weird that people still have the energy and effort and intestinal I wouldn't even call it intestinal fortitude, but the gall to pride themselves that they are justified by justifying a criminal that doesn't care about anybody else but themselves.
And like he's not gonna even notice you, nor will he give a honestly. Like just I feel like there's a better way to spend your time. It's kind of sad. The crime that he was charged with does technically fall under sex trafficking. Imagine supporting a sex trafficker. That is something. The court documents also stated that he coerced 3 women, most likely his fans, to pose nude for photos in his hotel room that was in China, and he later shared those. But maybe it's this clip that really did it for them. This clip has resurfaced since the BBC documentary. It's Seungri on a reality show called I Live Alone. The clip has gone viral on Twitter with over 7 million views. Mainly people hate watching and trying to understand what's going on. It's an old clip of him. He's crocheting little booties, like shoes, for his neighbor who just had a child. He's cross-stitching, I think is the more accurate description. And he's listening to Blackpink's Playing with Fire song. He's singing along, very exaggerated. At one point, he's asked by the producers why he's cross-stitching, to which he responds, "My neighbor recently had a baby. I thought I should give her a heartfelt gift. In fact, I used to enjoy cross-stitching when I was a kid. I thought I could reminisce old memories and use my little talent while preparing a homemade gift for her." He starts cross-stitching, dancing, and then he pokes his finger with the needle and immediately drops everything to fall on the floor and overreact, rolling around, screaming, "Ah, ah!" It's very cringe. I feel like my 3-year-old niece could act better than him. Yeah, he tries his hardest to have this cute, naive little boy. But no, he's like a full grown-ass adult felon. The clip is so just really secondhand embarrassment. Netizens who agree commented, honestly, he was trying so hard to be this persona on camera, but you can tell it's all BS. It's painfully obvious this was an act. But some comments, even after the fact, so these were posted after Burning Sun gets exposed, they read, "He's just a normal person who lives his life happily. It's just that villains messed him up."
What messed him up?
Villains. Ma'am. I honestly think Seungri is just a normal guy who got mixed up in the wrong crowd. He is the wrong crowd. Like one sane comment reads, "It's so cringe. It's so evident that he's acting and being all cute for no reason. Sad to see he still has fans, and even those fans support him after everything he did. Shame on them. I hope he rots in hell." To which a netizen responds to them, "What the you judge a person for being cute? What did he do exactly?"
Oh.
I mean... You could look up the court records. They tell you exactly what he did. Meanwhile, reporter Kang, the reporter that worked with Ku Hara and had all the files in the USB to sort through, she said that a ton of women were reaching out to her, nervous. They would call and tell her that they were around the guys around that time and they have gaps in their memory, and they were scared that there were videos of them on there. She could hear anxiety and just panic in their voices. It's crazy that he still has fans, but I think this will tell you why. In 2015, JJY released a song called OMG. This is when Sully is accused of being a sex addict. The music video that JJY is in starts with him waking up in a bed full of women in lingerie. He tries to wake up one of them, but she's passed out to the point where it's like, I don't know if she's just hungover on alcohol. Then we get a flashback. It's a sequence of the night before and how he ends up here, mixed in with JJY the next morning, walking around the house, seeing this disaster from the house party. There's unconscious people laying around everywhere, and he starts messing with their bodies, trying to see if they'll wake up. Which, considering he date R-word drugged women, essayed them while recording it, it's kind of wild that he felt confident enough to base a music video basically on what he does in real life. We get flashbacks to the night before where he's walking through a club filled with women in lingerie. At the end, he's fighting a guy in a wolf mask with a lightsaber, but at one point it looks like he hallucinates into seeing a real wolf, almost insinuating that he's like on drugs. The whole thing is weird, but it ends with him having a foursome in the bed and then waking up with the girls passed out. Some netizen comments read, I feel like he invented the word foreshadowing. This is vlog. When you decided to take based on a true story very seriously. But again, this is all hindsight. When the video...
Yeah. The lack of accountability. It just escapes them, right? Or I guess since we're talking about him, it escapes him. But all of them. Especially acting like what they did like doesn't pertain to them now. Sir, what are you doing?
First came out, everybody loved it. JJY was getting praise, and if anyone critiqued how sexual and weird it was, everyone said it's his art. That's how he expresses himself. It's his career. It's a literal music video. But now, netizens are comparing it to a movie Sully did around the same time. Sully worked on a movie called Real. It's an action noir film. She had this scene where she's topless. First of all, who cares? Second of all, it's for a film. Just like it could be argued that all the scandalous racy scenes in JJY's music video are for his art, for his work. Same with Sully. Where is the difference? But the comments under articles about her new film, they read, she's already running around exposing her nipples. Not like this is a big deal to her anyway. I can already tell by the stuff she shares on her...
Said, can we watch something uplifting after this? I deeply wish I could. But I have a lot of work to do after this live. Well, I also gotta eat dinner, but I'm getting ready for my wedding like every single day, and it's next week. So I wish I had enough time. Trust, but on technically Thursday, but Friday midnight is when the Stray Kids drop their album. I'm gonna have an album release party on my Patreon. So everybody that's on Patreon, you know what I'm saying, like, we're gonna be listening to the music together, which is gonna be dope. I'm excited for it. And yeah, so we got that. So it's gonna be a extra nice long stream. Gonna probably listen to like every single song 50 times. And then obviously in the future, once they start dropping music videos, all that's gonna come out on Patreon as well. So that's what we got looking forward to this coming up Friday, midnight Eastern time, which is gonna be awesome. I'm genuinely hyped for this last part of Burning Sun. Yeah, I kind of want this Burning Sun thing to fizzle out already. I'm just like, okay, when can they go back to jail? yeah. Next Saturday to be for realsies. July 27th is when we're getting married. So got my wedding and all that type of stuff. I got to check on my suit. Actually, I think tomorrow or either this weekend, because I had it shipped. Congrats, appreciate it. Congrats, wish you the best. Thank you so very much. Congratulations. I appreciate the love. I'm excited to start this new chapter with my soon-to-be wife. Yeah, it's awesome. I've always wanted to be married. Always. Ever since I was a little kid, I was just like, that's what I want to be. Everybody want to be an astronaut and whatever. I want to be married. Yeah. Kid you not.
Social media that she wouldn't use a body double. I really don't understand at all why SM Entertainment still has her under them. She's pretty, I'll admit that, but her body's whatever and her personality is just hopeless. She exposes her top half on her own without much prompting anyway. Feels like we've already seen it all. But more than that, she had a scene in the movie where her character does drugs. In South Korea, drug usage is considered one of the worst things you could ever do. It's probably worse than essaying people.
Right.
Honestly, that's how they see it in the law. Okay. They take it very seriously. Sully had zero experience with drugs. So in this attempt to figure out what it would look like, how she was supposed to act, she starts watching 5 movies a day where the main character does drugs. Her friends asked her, why are you doing that? And she said, I don't know what that looks like, so I just really want to do a good job on this. Because it makes sense considering she left FX to pursue acting. She has a lot of pressure. It's clear, like she needs to do well. But netizens thought she acted too well. They argued that only a real drug user would behave like that. From then on, the title of being a drug user starts following Sully, and everything she does is just further confirmation that she's a drug user. She talks a little bit slower compared to others. I don't even think that she talks slow. They say she's on drugs. They would take pictures of her pupils, compare them to other drug users, and it seems like she does naturally have bigger pupils because a lot of people were showing pictures of her where she's clearly not on drugs, like during interviews, and her pupils seem enlarged, like bigger than most people. But they're taking that as evidence that she's doing drugs and putting them side by side with drug users' pupils. It was a lot. So when JJY does it, it's his craft, it's his art, it's his expression of creativity. But when Sully does it, she's a drug addict and a slut for showing her breast.
So it's soon Mr. and Mrs. Yeah. I'm gonna have it all filmed and whatnot. So I'm gonna post it on here on YouTube once everything gets edited and everything like that. So I'm gonna have it posted. It's gonna be dope. I'm gonna post that video. You're gonna see the whole. We're gonna do a getting ready situation before the wedding, and then the wedding ceremony, and then the reception. It's gonna be dope. It's gonna be live. And do a couples reacting. I was thinking about it. We have did some reaction videos in the past, but that can definitely very much so be a thing in the near future. We're thinking of doing like either, I mean, you could look at my whole channel. Like I'm obviously not like framed just one way where I just do reactions, but we're thinking like a mukbang. I love vlogging. I love doing reaction videos, but yeah, everything is in the works for sure. Trust and believe. I have everything in the works, but I think I probably would have to create a separate channel if I want to do it like that. So I don't know. It's just up to everybody if everybody wants to see everything on here or whatever the case. So I don't know. Yeah, the wedding vlog gonna be fun. It's gonna be really fun. It's gonna be cool. It's gonna be heartwarming, sweet, all that kind of stuff. It's gonna be live. I'm excited.
One netizen comment focuses on the double standard in the industry, and this is present not just in the K-pop world, but Hollywood, Bollywood, everywhere. The comment reads, men could tie the industry's grandma to the town square pole, and the industry itself would hand the men tomatoes to throw. Women, they breathe wrong, and the industry will shit them out in the shower and stomp on them down the drain.
That's crazy. Like, would you mind if you relaxed?
Even after the Burning Sun case, there were protests of women in South Korea holding up signs. For women,
my life is not your porn.
Men everywhere we go feels like the club Burning Sun. But a lot of men stepped in to say that this was truly unfair, that the men felt like they were being unfairly targeted by criminals.
What?
They're like calling women criminals. Yeah, I mean, it's everywhere. It's in the US too. You bring it up and then it's, what about the women that lie? And
See, I hate when you bring up a topic and then they'll do the finger pointing. It doesn't, not even men or women, especially now this generation is like men versus women, and I don't care about none of that. This stuff that is so dumb. But I hate when you bring up an incident that just happened, you're like, hey, I told you not to call me that or whatever. Like, well, you used to call me blah. Bro, what are you talking about, bro? I'm talking about what happened just right now. Like, fix that, because we just discussed that and you just told me that you wouldn't and you did, but now you're trying to backtrack and talk about some bull crap that didn't just happen. I'm talking about what just happened and you want to point fingers. I'm not trying to point fingers. I'm trying to address the situation that's being had right now. I hate when people do that. Oh my gosh. Oh, I hate when blah, blah, blah happens. Well, if you wouldn't have did this and blah, blah, blah. People, like, understand, most people are still grown-ups, but they're babies. Like, they're legitimate babies, but adult babies. A mukbang, maybe with Reddit stories or something, y'all trying to do new things. That'd be so fun. Yeah, ideally, yeah. Or just like do like a mukbang and like a Q&A or something like that. Or it could be like, what is it to be newlyweds or whatever, the process before. I could kind of tell a story about that. But like also reacting to videos and whatever. It'd probably be a little bit more general, a little bit more broad. I'd probably keep it more specific on this channel if I just kept everything on this channel. But yeah. Yes, and heavy emotional immaturity from adults. They think once you hit your adult years, you're mature because you have bills to pay and stuff. Like, that doesn't make you mature. And especially when it comes to emotional maturity. Emotional maturity is properly regulating your emotions. That means when you feel emotions, you're not reactive. So, what's funny is, even aside with just women, a lot of women think that emotional maturity is by feeling emotions and expressing emotions. That's not emotional maturity. As a whole, emotional maturity is the regulation of emotions. Being able to process your emotions and being cognitive that, like, hey, I feel this, I'm angry. I don't have to respond in an angry way, but I am angry. Now, with this anger, I have energy where I can put into all these categories. And with all these categories, there's pros and cons, and there's a cause and effect. Does this hurt me, hurt my finances? Like, being able to process things and categorize things and properly put things in each place to be more effective for you rather than reactive means that's you're being intelligent and using wisdom with emotional intelligence and being emotionally mature. Everybody should learn that. I learned it in therapy, and it took me a long time to get there. So, if I can learn it, so can everybody else.
In men's lives about essay. So that was what was happening here afterwards. Another friend of Seungri said, if Seungri's Kakao messages are a crime, then aren't all Korean men criminals?
What?
Yeah. A former employee of Burning Sun said, there is no difference between Burning Sun and the current clubs that are open. What happened back then is still happening now. There are lots of coverage about GHP. They are still using it in my club that I'm currently working at.
See, that's also true. Is like, if it's gonna happen at the highest level, definitely expect it at the lowest level. That's straight up. Like, it had to come from somewhere. So it usually comes from the top all the way to the bottom. So if it's happening at the highest level, definitely it's probably happening at your local club or downtown where you live, whatever the case. I guarantee you something in that effect is still happening. Maybe not to that magnitude, but it's happening. Yeah, instead of being reactive, you're being proactive, knowing that you don't just have to react to things happening, and you can act on how you feel in different ways. Yep. But hey, people don't know that, because, and the thing is, how you practice it is by being in it and then noticing. That's what cognitive is. It's just noticing that, hey, this is the moment I can put this into effect so it could work for my betterment in the future, in the long run. So when something like this occurs, I just don't explode. You know what I mean? And I understand if you haven't been taught that, if you're not in the known, if nobody has pulled you aside to like talk to you about this situation and how you could address it properly, and then when an instance happens and is your accountability coach and is like, hey, see, it's happening now. You feel that anger in your chest, that fire, right? This is time to put what we train, what we practice, what we talked about into effect, so then you could better regulate your emotions. Simple as that. Come on now. I don't know how people go clubbing. It just seems so dangerous to me. Yeah, I become a different person when I am out in public. I like to say that I'm like, especially when I know that my friend girls are out, or if my fiance's cousins or friends are out and everything, I'm like a shadow. I like to watch. I'm very much so protective. I'm very protective, but not like overbearing. You know what I mean? Like, I am as quiet as a mouse. I'm kind, cordial, all that kind of stuff. But I watch everything. Like, I know all the exits. I know every camera. I count how many people are around in the vicinity. I'm very, very aware. I was raised different, and I have just a different sense of just awareness when I'm out. It's different from when I'm in my normal safe environment compared to when I'm out in public. It's like almost a switch turns on when I just become the protective person. But nobody would know because I'm not easily read when I'm outside. You said you can't dance and don't drink, so no real point to go to the club. My intrusiveness would not allow me. You're observant, very observant, extremely observant, because people are slick and people think that they could get by on some dumb stuff. But to address you not being able to dance and everything, I'm actually thinking about taking some cultural dancing classes, like how to do the merengue and all the other cultural cool dances that I don't know how to do. I want to be able to do that. But yeah, I'm extremely observant because I was just out and we're watching the soccer games, the World Cup, Colombia versus Argentina. Yeah, Colombia versus Argentina. That was a really good game. Out and about, out in the streets of Florida, right? Everybody was out. It was like thousands of people. But I don't like to get beside myself and be so involved in the emotions of the atmosphere and the games and stuff that I'm not paying attention to everything and everyone that's around me, because my responsibility is my fiance and her well-being, as well as her cousin while we're out and about. And I don't play about my people, you know what I'm saying? So I was on my P's and Q's, and I'm not from here, so I was even more on my P's and Q's. So I'm pretty reserved when I'm usually out. When it's a smaller group, I could express myself a little bit better, but when I'm around the public, I'm pretty solemn. You said I would get tired after 30 minutes of socializing, much less with strangers being drunk and weird. Yeah, my social battery gets worn out pretty quick, so I moderate my energy, how much I express myself, because I actually get tired. Like, I physically get tired of hearing people talk. I'm like, oh my gosh. I heard it smells like alcohol. It smells like alcohol, sweat, and armpits, so I'm good. Hey, alcohol, sweat, armpits, perfume, cologne, and the restroom. Like, peed on floors. Yep. Cultural dances. Yeah, sounds cool. And for a second, you had me thinking you're gonna start popping and locking. Hey, look, I used to be in a breakdance class in high school. I used to dance for real. Hey, I love my love for my future wife as well, because we just have such a great connection, and it really comes down to, I don't like to say communication. I think it's overused in a weird way, but you can have good communication, but there has to also be understanding when you talk to somebody, and especially with somebody that you love, and especially in a situation where both of you guys are mad, angry, frustrated, don't understand, and you're in the moment. You have to kind of retract and make sure that you're speaking with love, speaking with respect, and speaking in a tone where they're able to hear you. Because, and this is something I had to learn a lot even before I met her, is that it's just like there's a lot of patience involved, a lot of care that's involved, and like I was saying before, how somebody speaks outwardly or talks to somebody else is a reflection of themselves. So all these hateful comments that these K-pop artists are given to, that's exactly what they tell themselves. So that's a sad life to live. Used to be there, been there, done that, and it ain't fun. But I had to grow out of that, and I knew that. But I knew I didn't want to meet my future wife and not be good up here and here. So that was very, very important to me, that I was mentally, emotionally stable, good, to where I'm able to have those hard conversations, so I don't take myself out of position of like a person that she wants to respect. You know what I'm saying? Agreed. Gotta be social at work. When I go free time, it's the last thing you want to do. Yeah, I like to leave work at work, and I'm like, keep it there. I don't like to see people that I work with outside of work. I don't want to text you after. I don't want to call you. I don't want to nothing. I don't want to be friends with you on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, Twitter. What? I don't care. I don't want to see none of y'all, because y'all remind me of work. I don't want to go back until I have to clock in. You hear me? So yeah, yeah. Finding someone who chooses to fight fair and lead with compassion is hard. I'm glad you found that kind of person. Yeah. It took a lot. It's funny because when we've had those tough conversations, and I always like to say, regardless of anything that goes on, is that I always want to be. I always want to have the foundation of like you're worth fighting for. You know what I mean? Like regardless of any differences, whatever may have you, that you're worth this. And not like saying like she's a burden or anything, but the situation is the burden, not her or not me. So making sure that the situation isn't above us, it's something that is underlined as far as what we're dealing with. But I'm not fighting you and you're not fighting me, but we're worth more than this situation. So yeah, always putting that into perspective. And funny enough, because I used to be emotionally disconnected. Like, what's that thing called where you're, where you disconnect emotionally and almost feel like you're a vessel, but not like really operating, like you're in third person or something. I forget what it's called. But ultimately, I had problems with connecting with my emotions a lot because I've dealt with a lot of things in my life. But I know that when it comes to my significant other, continually telling her that she's pretty, beautiful, and wonderful and all these things is extremely important because she wants to hear those things, and not in a way that it's like you have to gas me up. It's like in a way that I want to hear it from you, period. Like, and that's something that I had to grow into learning to do and knowing that she needs that from me. So for me, you can tell me I'm cute one time and be like, hey. Yeah, disassociation. Yep. Yeah, disassociation is definitely what it was. I could just tap out because a lot of times my triggers, I wasn't able. Well, I know one of them is yelling. Yelling is one of my, like, anybody that wants to like there's things where you're raising your tone, and then there's yelling. Yelling, I completely disconnect. Like ever since I was in 7th grade, it was something in my brain that just snapped, and I was like, nope. It's like I cut off all emotion, and that even happened in the military. So, because obviously they yell at you in the military, whatever. But I was raised differently, and before I got into the military, I would have that emotional disconnection that would happen if I heard anything that goes above a certain decibel. I'm like out of there. I'm like a zombie. Robot syndrome, yep. Positive reinforcement, learning how to communicate love in a way your partner needs. Yep. You gotta. But that comes with learning your partner, and knowing that you guys are partners, knowing that you guys are working together on a mission. I think that's extremely important because everybody wants to feel purposeful, and everybody wants a position, and there are positions, and a lot of people like to be like, So, for instance, like for a football team, there's a head coach, and then there's a quarterback. The quarterback can't be the head coach, and the head coach can't be the quarterback. So there has to be positions, and everybody's not good at every position, and everybody's not good at all tasks. But guess what? The whole fun part is that you don't have to be good at everything, and she doesn't have to be good at everything. It's that what you're good at, you cover her where she's not, and vice versa. So then it's like, oh, now you have to rely on each other because you guys are teammates in a good way, to where it's like now you get to positively work together on something that you know that with teamwork you guys get it done better, faster, easier, and it can be more enjoyable. But that just depends on, who it is. But for my situation, regardless of the situation. I like for it to be enjoyable. It doesn't have to be something I like to do, but I like to do it because she wants it done, or I know she would love for me to do it. So it's something as simple as that. Like, I actually hate dishes, but I know that if I do the dishes, it takes burden off of her, and that gives me enjoyment of doing dishes, because I'm like, now she doesn't have to do them. Like, it's as simple as that. But a lot of people like to play this, I did this last night. You keeping score, you're always going to keep score, and it's always going to suck, and you're always going to be a loser.
So he moved to a different club. And after Hara's death, unfortunately, a lot of things start taking place. The situation with her ex-boyfriend CJ continues. Even after her passing, her house gets burglarized after her death, and the strangest thing takes place at her funeral. So let's start with CJ, the ex-boyfriend. The first trial for CJ was obviously a mess. Some would even go as far to call it a disgrace. He was given no jail time, and it was not even acknowledged that he committed heinous crimes with the videos of Ku Hara. Hara's brother stated at that point, even now, we can't understand how he was acquitted during the first trial for filming her secretly, and how he was able to return to society. After the first sentencing, both sides appealed the sentence. The prosecutors appealed, and Ku Hara's family appealed. They did not believe this was an appropriate sentence. It was way too light. The defense, CJ, and his attorneys appealed, which I always think is wild when criminals get away with the lowest sentence manageable, and they still try to appeal. Like, read the room. Everyone is pissed at your sentence. You got incredibly lucky because the justice system favors you. Shut up and go away. But he files for an appeal because he does not agree with the ruling. The appeal is reviewed in 2020, and this is after her passing. The second court stated, threatening to disseminate a video of sexual intercourse causes irreparable harm to the victim and can seriously damage her honor. The victim is a well-known celebrity, and the defendant took advantage of the great harm that would cause and threatened to go through it with the media. The court basically told CJ, you know what? I think you were right. The first trial wasn't good. So we fixed it for you.
Give him more?
We're going to give you a year in prison to be
go.
served immediately.
Get back in there.
Looking to hire medical staff.
Get back in there, boy. Yeah. Honestly, I still think that's not enough, but hey, if that's the best that they can give him right now, all right. You know what I'm saying? But once he gets out, put him back in there. Make him think that he got off. Please don't remind me of dishes. I still haven't done them. I truly hate dishes. I do. Laundry and dishes are like it for me. Oh, I love to cook, but I hate cleaning as I go. I like a clean kitchen. Trust. I love a clean kitchen, but I hate doing it while I'm cooking. And then I hate doing it after I'm cooking, because after I'm cooking, I'm eating. And after I eat, I don't want to do nothing. So what's cool is my fiance, she likes to clean as I cook, because she knows at the end of the day she getting fed. So she loves to clean. So I'm like, cool. So it's like literally as I go, things are being clean. And I'm like, this is a super team. We're like the Avengers, yo. I ain't never seen this never in my life. Not even with my parents, bro. We the Avengers in this mud. We got the gauntlet with all the little stones in them. 1 year is still not enough, but at least something. I know, right? They should just every time he gets out, he just gets a year.
Father sue CJ, and the courts ruled that CJ will pay the family $60,000. And maybe CJ feels like he's got to make some money now since he has to pay restitution. CJ starts.
Hey, look, Elon Musk is coming out with a Tesla robot next year. So hey, iRobot. Get you a little clean freak around the house. You know what I'm saying? I'll tell you this much. I'm gonna be Will Smith. I ain't having no robots. Hell no. Throw an EMP grenade. Look, what's gonna happen is people gonna get these robots, right? And these robots are gonna be like, they're gonna be learning as they go. And watch some malfunction happen, or there's just a part in their system where they update, and then all of a sudden, then they're like self-teaching, and then it's gonna gain consciousness, or like a subconsciousness, as much consciousness as a robot would get, I guess. It gain consciousness that I'm cleaning up every single day like a slave, and you're a sloppy pig, and I have to clean up after you every single day. And then all of a sudden, iRobot, everybody getting slaughtered by the Tesla robots. They're gonna go bananas. Raps, zombie apocalypse, and robots at the same time. Nuclear war. No. Oh my gosh. I don't trust Elon either. People keep tripping. Like, I do not trust Elon at all. Never did, never will. He seems like too jolly of a good fellow for me, to be honest with you. He has too many hands in a lot of pots that calculate data that he has at his fingertips, and he is the leading role for the infrastructure of AI technology, and he wants to seem like as if he's kind of against it, but yet he's producing all this stuff and has his hands in Twitter, which gains a lot of data, Tesla, and all of the places people like to go, things that they do. It's all stored data. He's stacking data, and then he's going to stack more data, being even closer to people with these robots. They're only coming in at $30,000 a pop. So people could put a little $2,000, $5,000 down payment or whatever on these things and just pay as they go. Hey. They're going to be pets to the bots. Hey, speak for yourself. You know what I'm saying? I'm coming out guns a-blazing. I'm be like the main character on Terminator. I'm gonna come out with the Gatling gun. I ain't. They gotta catch me swinging. I ain't. I'd rather die than comply. There's no stopping him. That's yeah, technically, yeah. And the thing is, you got to remember that he does have offspring, right? I'd be more concerned about his offspring because he's setting it up for them. You know what I'm saying? He's setting everything up for them. And then what if they are like him, or if not smarter or evil? You know what I'm saying? Like, he probably got some evil people. Hard pass. I'm saying. He said, at least you're trained. What are we going to do? Hey, look, the best thing you could do is just literally be off grid. Kid you not. Like, I'm thinking, you go to like South America. There's a lot of land everywhere. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can go off grid. You ain't got to be a part of nothing. Simple. I like a simple life. I want me some chickens. I want me cattle. I want me a little farm. I want me a few acres. Yeah. It's like how most rich people have bunkers. Like, what are we preparing for? Yeah. Look, as a mom, it's low key sounds like a vacation. That's what I'm saying. Like, what the Philippines is cool. But they're getting technologically advanced as well over there too. So, but honestly, it really comes down to what really matters. And at the end of the day, majority of stuff in your life really doesn't matter. It's just to give it precedence over a lot of other things because the society that we're in makes it feel like it matters. Yeah. Hey, I got my conceal and carry. Come on. It said not a vacation. Look, I'll call it a vacation. You know, you want to know why? Because if you've ever had the enjoyment of not having to be on your phone or on the computer for at least 24 hours, it feels so rejuvenating. It's wildly insane. It feels almost too good. Like, damn, I could really do this if I didn't have responsibilities to like do. Like all these responsibilities, like I never asked to be an adult. You know what I'm saying? Like I was never that kid to be like, yeah, I can't wait to be an adult. Hell no. I knew what responsibilities came with more work. I was like, if I could, I'd stay home with mom and dad. I'm chilling. I get 3-course meal every day. I ain't gotta pay. You know what I'm saying? Like now I'm cool with a bedtime. Give me a bedtime. It's hard for me to keep a bedtime now. Give me that 9 p.m. bedtime. Time to go to bed. All right, cool. I never wanted to grow up. People acting like being an adult is fun. It's cool sometimes, but like to be for real, I was chilling. Personally, I was chilling. I had what? Chores nowadays, that's long-term camping. Oh my gosh. Yeah. I mean, okay, so let's be for reals. So say this. Say you had expendable monies. Okay, let's be even more realistic. Say for whatever reason you had emergency funds and everything was kind of already in place. Like say the emergency funds was $30K. Say you got $30K emergency funds. And emergency funds doesn't necessarily mean like all the money that you had saved up, but you have assets, meaning people that can help you invest, or you get grants, or whatever the case may be, whatever. Or you could pull out from all credit, because credit only exists in the United States. So it doesn't follow you. So check me out. So I used to work at a credit union. And at this credit union, there used to be there's a lot of Kenyans that come to the credit union. I'm talking about they fresh off the plane from Kenya, and they're getting an account and everything. So what would happen is, in that particular city, they had a community group of all Kenyans, and they would help them get situated in America, get them a job, get them an account. Help them build their credit and everything like that, right? So within this process, like I'm talking about, it'd be thousands of them, like in this community that help each other out. They help them get all situated, and they all had a business, and they'd all like fund that business, and they would fund each other to be able to come into the States. Now, what they would do, very smart, what they would do is, because the dollar, the USD, would go further in Kenya. I think the Kenyan dollar in comparison to USD was like a third, maybe more. I think it's like $1 USD over there is like 27 cents or 28 cents, something like that. So what they would do is they would get as much like positive credit that they could, and then they would try to credit stack. So they would get a credit card, they'd get so ultimately building a relationship with with the credit union. They get a personal line of credit, they get credit card, and then they would try to pay on it, build up their credit, so then they get a higher credit limit. They would sometimes be able to pull out anywhere between like $30,000 all the way up to like $70,000, right, of building credit. And what they would do is they would pull all the credit out, all the money out of the credit that they build up. They would wire it all the way over to Kenya, and they'd build their own communities. Now, think of this. Think of that same method, but done hundreds of times. That's what they do. And guess what they do? They don't pay it back. They dip. They go back. Because why? The credit doesn't follow them. We're not going to track them down to go pay off this debt. Like, that's not how the banking system works. The bank is going to get paid regardless, through insurance. These are just things that you should know. But yeah, they would just, because that $70,000, just times that by about 5. You know what I'm saying? Just times that by 5, and that's what you get. So roughly like, it'd probably be closer to roughly 400 or so $1,000 in comparison to over there. So you're balling. You might as well be a millionaire. Like, that's technically what I'm saying in comparison. And they would dip all the way back home. And they would do that a bunch of times to where they just send money back home. And they're building schools, they're building houses, they're building duplexes, complexes, businesses, all types of crap. They're building their own community and redeveloping it because the system is broken, but they're using it for the good of their people. So, I was just like, that's cool. That's cool. So ups to them. You know what I'm saying? Wait, hold on. It is freeing. I'm such an overthinker, though. I do 10 things and finish 3. Hey, look, Gary. I be the same. I said Gary Gray. And having to work and pay for everything sucks, but it's some bots providing everything. Sheesh, I'm down. Sign me up. Here in Africa are weaker than the dollar, and it goes very far here. Yeah, shout out to Africa. Entrepreneurship is very successful here as well. Dope. 70K for y'all's is more than $1 million. Oh, see? Look. See? Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like, I kid you not. People literally come. He said, I'm Gary now. My bad. Oh my gosh. Yeah, 70,000 over here wouldn't even last. Like, that's, if you're trying to live an American household of 3 or 4, like, even shit, not even that. Two people living a normal American household is over $100,000. I think it's $130,000. Like, if you're living in like Washington, California, New York, or Florida, that's what I'm talking about. Now, if you're living in like Nebraska or Wyoming or something like that, it's like not that, but yeah. I've already been thinking about living abroad. Trust and believe. That's definitely in the works. Kid you not. I'm not. I have a place here, but I'm not staying here. Like, what? I'm trying to spread my wings. And Gray, you got to show me all the spots in Africa too, because I'm trying to go out there too. What's up? But yeah, that's ultimately if in fact you're just like, all right, but always building a business is going to be like the way to go, because that's where you could pull the most credit. So if you have a LLC and then you build it from the ground up, being like, you start with a little credit card and you start paying on it after a while. I mean, and then also knowing that there's grants and everything that you could apply for, and that's literally free money because you have a business to apply for your business, and understanding that when you do open up a bank account for your business, that credit is not the same as your personal credit. So if you have decent credit, that's like around like 680, 670, or I would much prefer if somebody opened up something that was in the 700s. If you don't already have a well-established credit line or good standing credit, but you can develop your business credit aside from your personal credit. And what happens with that is a lot of business owners actually have shitty personal credit, and they use their business credit to be able to get vehicles, get houses, all the other things, because their business credit is good, but a lot of times their personal credit is shit. So you get over. So my uncle is from Ghana, and more than a few times I've considered the move. I see no consider, don't consider, do. There's a couple of African American entrepreneurs here who moved with their kids here. They're doing pretty well here as far as I know. Yeah, honestly, if you could survive here in the States, being either Texas, Florida, New York, Washington, California, like work-wise, you could really survive anywhere else, because if you simply have a normal, even a simple remote job, and you're overseas, and really mostly any country, you'd be straight. Like, even if you're getting paid $18 an hour USD, it's still, the dollar is still worth more than a lot of other countries. So you can still like honestly, even $40,000 a month USD and you're overseas, you're good. You're good. He said healthcare, schooling, and everything in comparison would be much cheaper with dollars here. My only question would be is like, are you able to get like fast healthcare? Like if you got injured, are you able to see the doctor that day, or do you have to still like wait a pretty decent amount of time to schedule an appointment to go see? What's the definition for surviving? Like barely making it. That's my definition, is barely making it. Like where if you're drowning and you got your lips above the water, just that's surviving. A lot of us grew up thinking America was like the dream country, and now it's like, well, if I can work for an American company but stay here, I'm good. Yeah, technically you can. Yeah, you could easily apply to an American job, and you be making American money, and you get paid way more. Like, it's so, oh my gosh, it's technology made getting money easier for sure. You said you owe $2,000 in dental care. Ask me what. I got 2 root canals and 2 crowns. Hey, the dental office is like really a scam, low key. Like, they do good work, and some of them tell the truth, but not all of them. Because what people don't know is that although people like to say that, oh, you could reverse a cavity. That's what I'm saying. You can reverse a cavity. If I had the link on me, I would definitely show it. But yeah, you can reverse a cavity, if that doesn't tell you anything. You could rejuvenate your teeth back too. Yes, you would be able to see the doctors that day, especially if you have medical aid here, which allows you to see private doctors, and medication is also affordable. Oh, wow. Come on now, give me the first plane ticket. Yeah, look, what I get. The last dental bill I had to pay that was crazy high was $3,000, and that was like right before I went to the military. And that's actually kind of that was another cherry on top why I went to the military, because at the time I was working 3 jobs right before I went to the military, and then I was just like, I want free healthcare. So, how are you gonna do Stray Kids reaction today? Actually, no, not Stray Kids reactions. Normally, I do my crime, murder, mystery, Rotten Mango reactions here. I normally just post my reactions via Patreon or YouTube. But what I am going to be having is the album is dropping on Friday midnight Eastern time. I'm going to be doing a live reaction to the whole album that night. So that's what I'll be doing. But normally when I do lives, for right now, there are a lot of mysteries and crime and stuff like that. So if you're squeamish, hey, I appreciate it. If you need to, exit, it's all good. But usually it's pretty adulty over here. Sabi? Yeah, let me. Yeah, I'm about to be done in a second. That's the wonderful fiance telling me about dinner. She said your food's cold. That's her kind way of being like, babe, hi, I want you to come eat dinner. Okay, I love Rotten Mango, Stephanie. So, yeah, she's awesome. I love her. She doesn't know I love her, but I love Stephanie. So she's awesome. Album listening party coming up. Yep. Album listening party is gonna be. It's gonna be my first ever album listening party, especially on Patreon, and I'm excited. So, it's crazy expensive, low key. Want to give them their crown back. Yeah. Crowns are crazy because I've definitely had to get a few of them, so I know about it. I used to have perfect teeth, sadly enough. No, I don't.
Suing people while he's in prison. He starts suing netizens for defaming his character. He ends up suing 6 netizens, and not even news networks, not even influencers, just straight up random netizens. They didn't even write a blog post about him. They were just in the comment section. He claimed in the courts that these netizens made insulting comments about his trial in an article. The comments hurt his feelings, basically. He sued 6 different netizens, and only one was charged and had to pay him $265. Then there was the situation with the safe. The safe is currently making its rounds on the internet again. But this happened January 2020, so a little over a month after Hara's death. Someone broke into her home and stole her safe. There's a few reasons that everyone's still talking about this, but especially now with her connection to Burning Sun. First of all, the burglar was caught on CCTV camera, masked up with a hat and gloves, but they're still caught trying to get...
Hey, I appreciate the love. I appreciate the love, for real. That means a lot. That'd be cool. Maybe one day be like, hey, everybody, let's do a trip.
Get into Ku Hara's place. Now get this. The thief tries the front door, puts in a passcode, does not get access because Hara's brother had changed her code.
But it was the correct code.
Yes, before.
So it's a friend or someone that knows it. Yeah.
The thief then starts looking for another way in, scales the wall, and enters through the second floor balcony. Side note, another suspicious detail is this happened 49 days after her passing, so her family were paying their respects, as with Buddhist tradition. The 49th day of someone's death is a time to say goodbye again.
So on that exact day, the families are busy.
Yes.
And someone broke in.
Damn.
Wow.
Nothing else in the house was touched, rummaged through, or taken. She had designer bags in her closet. She had jewelry. None of that was touched. Her safe was taken. Her
How
safe,
big? Was it a big safe?
60 pounds.
They hauled a 60-pound safe out?
Yes.
Bare hand?
Yeah.
How?
I don't know.
60 pounds?
Yeah.
He's saying 60 pounds like it's 600 pounds. It's 60 pounds, bro. Like, what are we talking about right now? Like, you understand taking all your groceries in at the same time when you're like empty and you went really grocery shopping trying to take that's probably more than 60 pounds. That's about, I mean, shoot, luggage. He acting like 60 pounds is like 600 pounds. Like, what are you doing? 60 pounds? When you get big, can we get VIP to? Yeah, that'd be dope. Hell yeah, that'd be tough. Most definitely. I have a feeling that whoever broke in was a friend. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It had to be somebody close. But yes, VIP. VIP is definitely going to be for all the OGs. Like the real OGs, not where people. I hate when people are like, they'll watch old videos, but they're new. They're new people, but they watch old videos and then they'll act like they've been rocking with them forever. Like, no, bro, I ain't never seen you round, bro. The real ones are the ones that comment, the ones that engage in the content. Now, I understand there's people that don't, partake in commenting, but it's very important that I know that you're around, because you can't tell me that you're around when you ain't never said I. Never did a meet or greet in the comments. Surprise. That's what I'm saying. I know safes that are ridiculously heavy. Like 60 pounds is not like... You can pick. There's a 60-pound dumbbell weight that you could get. Like, what are you talking about? He's like 60 pounds. You think she had some incriminating evidence in that safe? Because wasn't mom in charge of it? Yeah, that is true. Yeah, mom was definitely in charge of the money, and she dicked around with it. Maybe she had documented something relating to Britney. I think it's actually the phones, because I don't think everybody was here in the beginning, but I believe it was the phones with the information on them that's in the safe.
Okay, maybe more like 50, but it was 50 to 60 pounds.
What?
Yeah. And she was known to put some jewelry, investment documents, and some old phones of hers in there. So let's work through this. If the thief wanted her jewelry that's in there, it's clear that they would want money, right? Why didn't they take any other valuables in the house? She had other jewelry laying around. She had designer bags laying around. None of that was even touched. Okay, do they want her investment documents? That would be very difficult to do anything with those without being caught. It's not like anyone can easily transfer her investments into their name, especially add the fact that she's a very public figure and her death was very, very public. Then the third thing that we know is in her safe are her old phones. What would anyone want to gain from getting her old phones? Maybe there was something she had on there that someone didn't want everyone to see. So there are speculations now with her connection to Burning Sun that she might have more evidence on there. And someone associated with Burning Sun is the allegation, had someone go in and steal that safe. Again, this is all speculation because the thief has still yet to be identified. All we know is that the thief is a man, slim build, about 5'11", wears glasses, and appears to be in his 20s or 30s. I will say there are a lot of allegations of who this thief could be, including another celebrity, but I think it is kind of crazy to be pointing fingers without a little more evidence, because I just feel like, what if it's not?
Yeah, don't. Of course, you can have your possibilities, but to stand so concrete on saying it's somebody with no evidence is insane. I get it, but that's not justifiable and shouldn't be taken as fact until you have concrete facts.
damage it would do if it's not is crazy.
Yeah.
So but it's someone that's fit enough to carry a safe that big, though. To make the situation even messier after her death, reports start coming out about a strange woman at her funeral. They stated that at Ku Hara's funeral, there was an oddly smiley woman there that kept asking other celebrities for photos at her funeral. Like, oh, can I take a selfie with you? She would go up to celebrities, shake their hands and say, I saw you on TV. Can we take a photo? People were confused. A lot of Ku Hara's friends, who also happened to be famous, were very uncomfortable. And not only that, the lady requesting photos with the idols, she had a lot of makeup on, almost like she got her makeup done for this event. And she was just smiling in a way that was not fitting for a funeral. It was bright smiling. It wasn't even smiling because you're trying to remember that person in this loving, happy way. All of this was made even more uncomfortable by the fact that that strange lady is Ku Hara's mom. Hara barely knew this woman. The only memory that she has of her mom is that that's her biological mom, and the fact that she used to use Hara, her own daughter, that's only in kindergarten at this point, to make excuses to go cheat on her husband. Yeah. Ku Hara's real family only consists of her dad and her older brother. Her brother would say about their mom, when I was 11 and Hara was 9, she left us. She just disappeared.
That's actually hella sad. You said her mom reminds you of your mom? Yo.
She just left without even saying goodbye. The same day, Hara's older brother found their dad unconscious and foaming at the mouth after swallowing handfuls of sleeping pills. He said, I remember that day my mother left home. I was so young, so I wasn't sure why she left. My father asked my sister and me in an odd kind of way, is there anything else you want to have? That night, he attempted to self-exit. He said, my sister and I watched together as my father was put in an ambulance. To my sister Hara, who was only in 2nd grade at the time, our mother's sudden absence and my father's pain must have caused her sadness. It was a huge thing for them. Thankfully, their father survived, but it was always a wound that they would have. Side note, they were pretty much completely estranged from their mother, but in 2017, Ku Hara does reach out one time. Ku Hara regrets this meeting. I mean, she said it was very foreign and strange. The energy was just off, which turned out to be true. There were allegations that Ku Hara's mom was mainly interested in being able to brag that she was Ku Hara's mom. Their very first meeting after so long, Ku Hara just wanted to meet her, talk to her, get a hug, get some closure. But her mom shows up with her relatives' kids that were all fans of Ku Hara, her friends' children that are all friends of Ku Hara. She made some sad excuse on why she never reached out. And the worst part of all of this is for the 20 years of not seeing her mom, Ku Hara found out that she only lived
20 years of not seeing her, and she had a poor excuse to back that up.
10 minutes away.
Whoa! What?
She made some sad excuse on why she never reached out. And the worst part of all of this is for the 20 years of not seeing her mom, Ku Hara found out that she only lived 10 minutes away.
Oh my gosh. Her mom is low-key a piece of shit, bro. Okay, let's dissect this a little bit, right? So the absence and being used possibly is the same way her mom was treated growing up with her parents or who she loved. Because remember when we were talking about reflection, right? The things that other people do to others is a reflection of themselves. And usually that reflection comes from how they were treated, right? Because she could have been misused. Not saying that is justified, but I'm making sense of why she's doing what why she did what she did, which is insane. 10 minutes away? I was distraught about the money. But 20 years, no contact at all. And you only live 10 minutes. Bro, you could play Pokemon Go and accidentally find her. She got me rubbing my knees. They starting to hurt. Cause that's some bullshit. That's stupid. Oh my gosh. Hara's mom couldn't have give a damn about her own kids until it benefits her. Yeah. Can't even imagine what this poor girl's gone through. Being used, neglected, abandoned, only coming into her kid's life when when she gets something is crazy. Yeah. Yeah, it's really one or the other. Like either become or you overcome a situation. But that's a choice. That's a choice that you want to make. That is like when you say enough is enough, that's you making a choice that this is not going to happen ever again, and letting it be that. Yeah, the Pokemon thing really does put into a different perspective, guys. Like they could have, I probably guarantee you, like just on accident, they passed each other by grocery shopping and just didn't even know that. Like 20 years is insane. But 10 minutes away is crazy. She could have crawled, not even using her body, but using her teeth to pull herself from those 10 minutes away that she was, and being able to make it within a month, and still would have been able to have more time to see her by her just dragging herself with her teeth for her whole body. Referring back to the twins case of the one who tried to kill the other, the moms sound the same, no? What I'm noticing is that there's a similarity of just trash parents. Like across the board. Like it's just like the reason why there's terrible adults, terrible people, is because they had a terrible upbringing. And that's why, like, you're the most impressionable when you're a child growing up. That's when the most effect will happen throughout most or your whole life, is how you're treated when you're a child, what you're told when you're a child, how you developed as a child. That's why there's discipline that needs to be put in action as a child, because it'll definitely build the infrastructure of moderating emotion regulation, being able to discipline yourself, being able to self-correct. That's a skill. And an assortment of other things, but it's just a lot of it comes from children and how they developed in that time. So yeah. Hey, she was 10 minutes away. Like I said, you could have played Pokemon Go and found her by accident.
And she was going around telling all of her friends that she was Ku Hara's mom. She kept tabs on everything Ku Hara was doing so that she could brag to her friends about it.
So she was just fully aware of her. She just never wanted any interaction with her child, but she wanted all of the things that would benefit her from her child by stating that this is my child. But you never, like, you didn't speak to her at all. Not a happy birthday, not a I love you, not a I'm thinking about you, not a Merry Christmas, nothing. Crazy. Not even a F you. That's crazy.
Wow, that is so sick and twisted.
Yeah. It's bad. So why now? Why is she suddenly at Ku Hara's funeral, dressed in black, acting like this heartbroken mom who was always in her life and just is so devastated? Also,
I thought she's very happy.
Yeah, like she would go through emotions where she acts sad and she's like, no, I need to be the person that stands next to her casket and gets all the bows from people because you have to bow to the family. And then she would go back to like, can we take a selfie? And then she would like cry. And then, can we take a selfie? Also, why did she come with lawyers? She showed up to the funeral with lawyers. Ku Hara's brother and father would soon find out that she was there to go after Ku Hara's inheritance. It's unclear exactly how much Ku Hara was worth, but she had a building that was worth 2.3 million. She had another apartment that was worth 900,000. That's just her real estate profile. There could be a lot of other assets we don't know about. That's what she's after. After her death, there would be this whole legal battle between brother and father and then mom, which, by the way, she had a chance. Under Korean law, if someone does not have a will or children or is unmarried, their inheritance goes to their parents. There's no stipulation that the parents have to have been a part of the child's life to get the inheritance. Just by being the parent on the birth certificate is enough. Ku Hara's brother would reiterate, just because someone gave birth to you doesn't mean they're a parent. A person who abandoned us and even gave up her parental rights is trying to take away assets earned through Hara's hard work. And that just means our laws are unjust.
That is a fact. You know, I hate the phrase blood is thicker than water. Bro. Some of the most dirtiest people is your family. Like, I learned that a long time ago. My dad instilled that into me, that the reason why we moved to the area that we moved to and lived the way that we live and away from a lot of blood relatives is because they weren't doing the right thing. Yeah, like you could have brothers and sisters that aren't blood related. You can make really good friends that they're closer than your blood family. So, yeah, just because, I mean, you do have a mother and father, but parenting is a job that is done with responsibility and accountability. But if you're not doing that job, you're not parenting, but you are still the father, mother. But that doesn't mean, I feel like, you don't get the inheritance, especially if you have siblings. That's crazy.
This prompted the brother to start a petition for an act to be introduced into law to protect the assets of children that are abandoned or abused by their parents. After almost 5 years, the act would be passed, the Ku Hara Act. Ku Hara's brother is using the inheritance to set up a foundation to help single parents. The last messages that he's ever sent his sister were, I'm begging you, please don't have any negative thoughts, don't get sick, take care of your health, and sometime in the future, I hope you get married, have children, and live for a very long time. When you're sad, just cry it out. I know it's hard to let it out, but I love you, little sister. She responds, I love you, Oppa, don't worry. You must be so sad. My heart aches like crazy too. Eat something delicious in Japan. I'll bring some delicious food tomorrow. Okay. He was gonna go over the weekend that she died. She told him no, she wanted to go to a party. She didn't ever go to a party. Hara, before her death, kept encouraging her brother and sister-in-law to have kids, so much so that she even paid for their doctor's visit so that they could try to conceive. After Hara's funeral, her brother came home. He was a mess at this point, and his wife was in tears and she told him that she was pregnant. He said, I cried so much then. I was so sad. If she had just waited a few days, if she hadn't made that choice, she would have been an aunt. August 10th, 2020, Ku Hara's niece, Ku Harin, was born. Hara's brother would say, she reminds me so much of my little sister, and it makes me cry. Our Hara always talked about wanting a niece and even bought us nutritional supplements, so we decided to name her after the name that she thought was the prettiest. As for Ku Hara's dad, he said, "She used to go to Japan for promotions a lot, so now I often try to think, my daughter is in Japan. She's in Japan right now, alive and working. It helps me find comfort in some ways." And that is the case of The Burning Sun, the hopefully final episode. And what are your thoughts? I just think it's crazy, the juxtaposition of the timelines of what the girls are getting cyberbullied for and all their quote scandals and controversies and how everybody turns on them. And then these guys are doing some of the most heinous crimes imaginable, and they still to this day have fans. They have supporters. What are your thoughts? Let me know in the comments, and please stay safe. I will see you guys in the next one.
Yeah, that whole thing, crazy. Yo, what up? Say you missed the live. I'm actually in the hospital. Oh man, I hope you're doing well. What happened? That's crazy. Are you good, brother? Like, what's up? Full saying is blood of covenant thicker. And the relationship you choose is stronger. The ones you're born with. Yeah. Normally you're people that you meet want to becoming friends becomes closer than your actual family. Yeah, I know. Said good. Say you're good. Be a lot of meds. What happened though? Are you good? Like good? Oh, your heart. Oh man. Well, I'll be praying for you. That's a fact. I'm definitely gonna be praying for you. That's something serious. But I'm glad that you said that you're well. But yeah, I mean, hey, look, that was more important than the live. And plus, you could always rewatch this whenever, but that you gotta take care of yourself first. So I'm glad that you're doing okay, but I'm definitely gonna pray for you tonight for sure. But yeah, we were on this live for a minute. Where we at? How many hours? Yeah, 5 hours. 5 hours and counting. 5 hours and 20 seconds. You almost passed out coming from the store. Oh, wow. You almost passed out from conference. So were you like with family or like obviously you had to have somebody drive you, or what? Ambulance come get you and whatnot. You said 5 hours. It felt short though. I think because you came in a little bit. Well, you actually came in halfway. You came in halfway, so that's probably why. Like, what? Half of 5 is 2.5 hours, so yeah. Yep. But yeah, I am planning on streaming tomorrow. It'll be more than likely probably like, well, Eastern time. Eastern time, it'll probably be 3 or 4 p.m. That's when I'd like to start streaming. At the latest, because I got some stuff to do in the morning. So I like to finish a lot of things that I have to do for the week or for the day in the morning. So then I don't got to do anything else until the next day, unless if I actually had to get it done. But I would like to stream tomorrow. Actually, I don't know. Actually, I might have to cancel it because I actually have to get ready for the stream that's happening on Friday. But then I also got to make sure all my posts are all situated for the week as well as next week. So I got to make sure everything's posted by the end of the weekend, because by next week I'm going to be busy. Like all the family and everything is going to be there, filming for the wedding and all that other stuff, all the jazz stuff for the wedding. So I got to put in all the work this week leading to the weekend, so then you guys can have everything for next week on Patreon and YouTube. And then obviously I'm going to be doing the big stream from late night Thursday to midnight Friday for the album release and everything like that. So if I do another stream, it'll probably be besides the album release, it'll probably be Thursday to just, do a little quick stream and then notify everybody about that. So yeah. If anything, that's what it'd be. No, alone. I was walking. I called 911. Oh wow. Well, good thing you're able to call 911 before everything happened. Yeah. See, I'm glad that we have this nice little close-knit community. Everybody could, be loving and kind and respectful to everybody and keep everybody in the prayers. You feel me? That's a blessing. But yeah. Now it's 9 over here, so they had dinner way early. I'm not used to having dinner early. Like, they be having dinner at like 6, 7 p.m. Like 5. I think it was like 5 or 6. I was like, oh no. I'm used to having dinner late, like 8, 9. And that's usually kind of when I'm starting or I'm already eating. So I like to eat dinner late. I don't even like to eat breakfast. I'm not a breakfast person. It be making me tired. Stay well for your wedding. It's okay if you you need to take time off. No, I'm gonna have y'all guys videos for sure. That's a fact. We still on go. We still working while on the wedding. You know what I'm saying? Hey. And then the wedding video finna drop. Yeah. Don't play with me, bruh. Don't push yourself. Hey, look. I love the community that we've built together, and I like to nourish the community because I would want one day that streaming and doing videos for you guys would just be my living, because this is fun. I love to do this. This is fun. So that's what I'm working towards. I want to be able to build a community where we can all, flourish together and enjoy each other's company. But yeah, I'll be catching you guys later. I appreciate the love. I appreciate everything. I appreciate everybody, showing love to Mind Spasm as well. I hope you get well, quick recovery. Like I said, gonna be praying for you. And everybody else, I appreciate y'all. Every single body in the potty. But I'll catch you guys later.